you guys had left the mansion and made your way down back into town. You thought you'd meet up everybody at the temple, but when you got there, the temple was empty. We cut back over to the flower shop where Dakren and Jasper were trying to rest up a little bit, waiting for Petunia to return with the local guard, since she was saying that her father, the constable, was heading back into the forest or back to the falls where you guys woke up in your pods to rescue the remaining people that were in the pods there at the direct of the two fishermen who you guys freed. They managed to escape and get back earlier this morning while you guys were, I guess, encountering good Mr. Galen in his deepest, darkest basement and interrupting his little ritual time there that he had conducted. So it was partway through that short rest when the local kind of not the constable, because he was away, but his kind of second in command there came in with another guard and Petunia and Father Bertrand with them as well. And they all kind of looked at the scene. You filled them in on what was happening with the Westfall kids, and Father Bertrand made it very clear that it was of utmost importance that we. And
that's where we left off.
Yep.
To be continued.
Yep. So yeah, if you guys are ready, we could just pick up there and get going.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
let's do it.
You're all kind of you guys are at the church last time things stopped, and Jasper, along with Dakren and Father Bell and his other constable, were kind of getting all these people over to the constable station where they were gonna have them parked or put on ice and held until you guys decided what you wanted to do. So we could, unless there's something you want to talk about on the walk over to the constable station, Dakren.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I'll just talk with the constable, tell him what happened and stuff, and I'll just say, I know the father of these two youngsters. He's a friend of mine. He lives in White Fork, and I'm happy to take them there if you are. I mean, they can obviously be judged for what they've done to your town, but I think would like to bring them there at some point if you're done judging them.
I am unaware of anything they have done. Have they committed some crime also? We just came because, with Petunia, obviously, this latest incursion, but Father Weston tells me that there are, extenuating circumstances. So
yes,
some sickness.
Obviously, mainly the damage to Petunia's shop and the assault on
check his neck.
But get out of here, pigeon.
Skyrats.
However, my companions are conducting an investigation of the mansion of where they were found and where they were found doing some sort of rituals and everything. So depending on what those find out, maybe more, I'd be happy to pay for that. But yes, the sickness is an issue as well. Which reminds me, it's kind of of his neck.
Well, I mean, he's wearing kind of a big coat. It's a little hard to tell. Everyone's kind of bundled up here. It is the early part of winter, but there's light dusting of snow here and there, so it is kind of hard to see what's going on with his back of the neck situation. But
okay,
yeah, but he kind of nods and goes, yes, that is more or less what Father Weston here has told me. We have no issue with holding them. Father Weston wants to look at the young woman and the boy here to make sure or to ascertain the extent of this illness, or so he tells me. But requires some rather rare components. So I'm not sure how you fellows wish to proceed with that. The constable is off with some men to retrieve these others in the caves. So he will be returning sometime tomorrow, probably, to take the better part of today to hike to the caves and then retrieve these people and bring them back. If they are in any shape to be walking back, it may take longer. I don't know.
Have you yourself gone to the cave, or
No.
no?
These two men came in early this morning to the constable station. Oh gosh, it was before the sun rose. They came in, woke the constable in his home, and told him this story of horrible monsters in the cave, and waking up in these strange sacks tied to the wall. Is quite the commotion. But the constable, if these are indeed some missing people from the town, the constable felt it was his duty to seek them out and determine the names. So.
Unfortunately, the story of those young men is true. I think I know those men you're talking about. He personally rescued them from the caves, and hopefully the constable finds, hopefully he's okay with the caves. I think we might, I don't know, I'll discuss with my companions, but I don't know if he may need help or something, but I'll discuss with them first.
Yes, I don't know. I know he brought some of the local the fishermen and a couple other of his deputies here for assistance. It is why there is just myself, and he's not even full time. He just volunteers for festivals and such. So and the other guy kind of just waves like, hey. Yes, but. I don't know. Again, this is, and he's kind of interrupted by Father Bell, who's like, yes, I spoke with the constable about the requirements after speaking with you lot about your situation and everything that would be required here. If we can get the necessary components, I could conduct the ritual on any affected persons. It's just the sticky matter of the diamond dust. That's the tricky one to procure. I instructed him also to bring back the cabezas, as it were, of those other fellows, the guards up there who were infected, just in case we need all the little wormies that we can get our little hands on, just as a precaution, So.
I don't think cervezas was the problem.
Oh, no, I shouldn't think so. And about this time,
Hargus.
You guys would be... Well, I didn't hear you, what?
I just said Hargus. Here he is.
Yeah, about this time you are getting to the temple. So if you guys kind of just hung around the temple, you could see this small group coming, kind of a small group of town people kind of coming behind them, just kind of concernedly walking, just curious, looky-loos and stuff like that. So you guys...
With an added air.
I guess what more would be to pick up where I left off with Bertrand. And you see the whole issue with sushi altogether, and how it is but it can just cause trouble. It's right out, especially with dwarves.
Brandbeck may or may not be paying attention, as he may or may not have just stared off into space at some point during the 13th combination with Hargus.
No, that just leaves us all open for sushi conversation later and snow cones.
And
anyway.
At the moment, it looks like he's just kind of slowly nodding his head, but you can't tell if that's him agreeing or off.
Yeah. Kind of a
I'll wave and say, Brandbeck, Hargus, missed all the action downtown.
Oh. Look, we have chests of treasure. Mind the goats.
Says the bear holding the box.
Well, either one, the bear or y'all, mind the goats.
Right. Well, Jasper says, glad to see you lot have been kicking back on your heels and collecting a bunch of treasure. That's lovely. Perhaps we can put it to good use here in the near future.
Me and Bertrand just laugh at each other. Actually, no. I'm sorry.
Do I laugh? I think
Bertrand doesn't laugh like that. What was I saying?
I'm pretty sure I'm just like super tired and just like
we're both just spaced out. No conversation.
I'm at 6 hit points.
Yeah,
I've been at 6 hit points for most of the day. And
if we have oh wait a minute, I have magic potions, but I don't have any left. Right. So, Brandrick, if you'd like, we could have done that on the way.
I don't need to drink any potions if we can take a short rest or a long rest.
Well, the deputy will look at you guys and go. Well, is the plan to take these two to the station and put them in a cell for now, or what do you wish to do, Father Bell? Others?
Don't take the bear to the station.
Reth here? Oh no, Reth is a good man. He's good. He works. I see him around. Is Reth good to see you? Reth, this is just one of the local deputies that you pass occasionally and just kind of
actively avoid.
Yeah, I mean
actively avoid.
Yeah, you're moderately known as the quiet guy who comes in for a supply or two.
It's like this huge guy.
Yeah, I mean you
who
stand
doesn't
out.
say anything to anybody.
But
actively avoid, impossible to miss.
But you bring in
a little bit.
Yeah, you bring in quality pelts, and you've always pay your tab, so deputy likes you.
The only reason why Brandbrick's referring to you as the bear is because of your clothing, not because he's aware of anything else.
Still painfully,
giant bear pelt.
Painfully unaware.
Every time you just kind of. You sure you don't know what's going on?
Is there anything this priest is aware of?
Bran is so.
Brandbrick is a primal definition of. Ignorance is bliss, but is educated to recognize things when told. Yeah. He is very much like an absent-minded professor type.
They'll let me know.
That would explain the grunt.
That's that higher intellect, low wisdom stat right there.
Yeah. One of those types. No, that is legitimately both my stats and my character.
All right, well, gentlemen, I guess I will leave it to you at this point. What do we wish to do? There is, as I said, I could, if I had components, I could attempt this ritual. I do have several of the little travelers, as it were, at my disposal. I am sadly lacking in diamond dust, however.
Those chests are full of diamonds, Breck and Hargus, are they?
Well, the chest isn't full of diamonds, but it's probably full of enough gold for us to purchase some from a different city or something like that.
The large chest is full of, well, I don't know what quantities yet. We haven't stopped to examine it. We just grabbed it and absconded.
Right.
But one of the largest chest was let me see, how did I put it? Full of gems. Ooh, it sounded like I was setting y'all up, but I wasn't.
Not quite, not quite there, Scott. Why don't I guess if you guys
had a separate chest,
yeah,
you had a separate jewelry box.
Exactly. So
that was separate from the large chest that we grabbed, and that required.
And the large chest
was
not very closely investigated either. It was just kind of peeked into and then closed and walked out. So I guess the question is, what do you guys want to do with twins? Where do you want to look through?
Take the boy down to the station, lock him up. He's not in a state. I recommend that you watch him. Other Belle, though, this girl should be looked at. I don't know if she didn't seem nearly as aggressive as her brother. She could be genuinely hurt. I think it would be beneficial for you to get her.
Yes, of course.
Do I remember
she'd
this
pay.
girl as being one of the ones being put on the altar?
She was the only one at
Yeah.
the focal point of that. And while you're thinking about it, Bran, why don't you make a history check?
Okay.
Kind of a general memory check to see what you pick up from the time.
23.
So yeah, there were the 6 people arrayed around the room. There were very complicated rune patterns and symbols all over the floor, and these channels running to this kind of central portion of the room where there was another complicated circle on the ground with, again, all sorts of runes inscribed. In the glimmering light had a strange sort of iridescence to it, and then during the ceremony that Lord Galen did when he was standing over her holding this focus over her, he was channeling apparently some sort of energy out of the bodies, or the former servants turned into bodies over the course of this ritual, and that was kind of getting channeled through all these carved out portions in the center of or along the floor, all that kind of iridescent sort of pulsing into the center during the ritual, the completion of which led to a bunch of dead former servants and this woman lying at the center of it. So yeah, it was a whole strange magical mojo thing going down there. You're not quite sure the purpose of what was going on, but at the end of it, all those runes and symbols that were all through the floor, and those channels leading from each person around the periphery, went from that kind of sparkling iridescence to kind of just a dull, dun sort of nothing dust kind of situation. Yeah.
Well, there's been entirely too much cunning shown by some of the leaders for us to just leave it to chance that she's trustworthy. I mean, look at her brother, how he acted, and then boom.
It's true. He certainly.
Unfortunately, I don't remember. I know we were here for the children, but why were the children here again? Can anybody inform me on that?
Has that memory come back to me yet? A little bit.
Don't remember.
But
Yeah, not really,
not sure.
Dakren. You just know that the letter from General Westfall indicates that his kids are gone missing, and he wants you to help get in touch with them.
All I know is that my friend Alistair, he entrusted me. I don't know if it was an official quest, something, but it's some sort of job we'll find for him. So we should go to White Fork at some point and check in with him once we make sure everything's stable around here.
Well, that sounds like our next best option right after this, and I'll tap the back of my neck.
Yeah.
Probably just head there. After all, the whole reason for us to come here, as far as any of us can remember, was to grab them and return them back home. So I'm sure something will strike up my memory after that point. But, yeah, other than that, I don't remember much. Everything's kind of a haze if I try to think back within the last while or so.
Yeah.
A couple months back, I'm fine. But
feels like last couple weeks or last few weeks, maybe. You're not exactly sure, but yeah, 2-3 weeks seem to be lost to you.
Everything's incoherent flashes.
All right. Well, I will take the young man here and put him in a cell. As you all say, he is a danger to others, perhaps to himself. So we will make sure he has no means to hurt either himself or anyone else until until you come to fetch him and we decide what is to be done. And I will leave the woman here in the care of Father Bell here. Yes, if you require anything from me, I will be back at the station.
We'll be in touch for sure.
And he and that other deputy go walking off with that little cart pushing him along inside the cart. And
was it only a few minutes for us to wait for them to come back?
Yeah, it wasn't very long, in the 10-minute range, something like that. 10, 15 minutes, kind of.
Okay. Well, I feel pretty tired, but gotta look through some of this loot really quick just to see if there's anything useful for your ritual stuff, because I'd rather sleep through surgery if that's what has to happen. And I'm going to basically go through the gold, the box of gold, and see if there's anything else in there, or if there's anything that is a semblance to diamond or otherwise.
I'm going to the temple and just kind of be there in case Father Bertrand needs help. Otherwise, just a short rest while going through the lift ground, right?
Yeah, so he kind of looks at you guys and if one of you would mind, or a couple of you probably would mind helping me with the young lady. I'm not quite the muscle boy I used to be.
Yeah. First things first.
Yes.
Reth, this is Dakren. Dakren, this is Reth. Oh, and Jasper.
Nice.
Jasper, you're I didn't see you behind them.
Hello. Yeah,
a little small one.
You look around. There's this little red bearded gnome with a giant walking stick and just kind of staring up at you.
What?
Hello, sir. It's nice to meet you.
Oh, she's already had plenty. I put it up so she wouldn't.
But
and I am a human. Well, but you notice I have pointed ears, black hair, stubbly beard, and light armor. I'm kind of limping right now because I ran through strength. A no on my shoulders.
Yeah,
I got battle wounds, so wasn't the best day for me. I'm kind of in a lot.
Jasper looked up to wave at you. He kind of stretched a little too much and went, as he's no doubt has several broken ribs and is in a pretty bad spot.
So he's like doing the half wave from like chest level.
It's really great to meet you. But yeah, so you guys come into the temple. Who wants to help Father Bell bring the young woman back? Okay, yeah. Reth alone could do that.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, Reth. Yes. Hello, boy. You keep missing service, you know. And they go.
Yes, that is on purpose.
It's Reth. R-E-T-H.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So he brings you to the kind of the back right of the temple where he has the room set up for helping people to heal up and that sort of thing. And you've been in here once or twice when you've helped an errant fisherman who got hurt coming down the steep cliffs of the lake trying to get his boat in when a piton slipped or a rope snapped or something and someone would get hurt, and then you'd just kind of go down there and just muscle your way down these steep cliffs that go into the lake there and rescue a guy and help bring him in. So Father Bell is familiar with you and is always trying to get you to come to service, but you're always spending your...
Ain't no way.
And but he
Scratching back on trees or
he's,
whatever hobby you might have.
Yeah. He's very
Sleeping in the woods.
yeah, he's very much a fan of yours and kind of just pats your back as you walk in. Just set it down over there and we'll have a look. And as you guys he starts kind of laying her out and kind of just doing a check on her to see what her state is like. While you guys are out in the main part of the temple, why don't you make I'd say, investigation checks on the big chest for you, Bran, your box of jewelry and other accoutrements, Hargus, and I guess Dakren, whichever you would like to kind of assist with. You could give that person advantage on the investigation.
Sounds good.
So who are you going to help?
Just make my own roll. I'll just see if they find anything. And that's actually natural 20.
All right. So who?
Plus 2. So 2.
Right.
I'll look at the big one.
You look at the big one with Bran? Okay.
He did better than me. I did an 18.
Okay. And
Still good.
Not bad.
last one for you, Hargus. What'd you get looking through your jewelry box and your other accoutrements?
15. I don't believe there's any bonuses to that.
Okay. So yeah, as you're
Wait, you're a bard. You get half proficiencies usually.
that is true.
Okay.
If you're not proficient.
Okay, so
I get 1.
16.
16. Okay, so as you're
Unless you're rounding up, 17.
yeah, as you're looking through all these bits of jewelry and rings and necklaces, and there's like some bracelets and some pendants and some fancy tie clips, all these different bits of jewelry and accoutrement, you do notice that a great number of them are missing stones. And that stone that is missing is often the centerpiece of the stone. So you'll look around, you'll see some little sapphires and some garnets, and they'll be circled around in a pattern, and there'll be a stone missing from the center. Or you'll see a gold ring, and the large, what is obviously the center stone of that ring is missing. Or maybe a number of smaller ones are missing, and there's only one small pearl or something in the center. But all of these bits of jewelry that have stones and places for stones to be set in them are missing some gemstones, and you're not sure what's missing. Obviously, you can't tell what is not there, but you can tell that all of these are missing. That being said, with all the gold and other gems and stuff, you estimate you've got several hundred worth of gold and gems combined. So just for ease of record keeping, you could say you've got 200 gold worth of various jewels and 100 gold worth of various rings and other types of settings.
Who's the treasurer in our group who wants to keep track of this?
The dubious honor.
Rogue. The rogue.
Oh, I've been writing stuff down if you like, but
Yeah. Okay. Hargus.
I feel like everyone would trust Hargus. He's got that.
I'll be glad to relinquish that to anybody. Oh, really?
Yeah, the rogue being the treasurer always sounds like a questionable idea.
No, that's the best idea.
It tickles me. I mean, no.
How much do we have in gold? Only about 400. Can't we just get 1,000?
All right. So yeah.
But yeah.
So
she had a kind face. So
kind eyes.
Yeah.
So yeah, you look through it. You find those.
Here's the story she told me.
Yeah, you find those rings and necklaces and various gems and that kind of thing. Bran and Dakren, as you're looking through this larger chest, you open it up, and I think I misspoke before. I think I said it was filled with a lot of gold. What I meant was that it was full of a lot of platinum, but as you count through it, there is 100 pieces of platinum, which translates to 1,000 pieces of gold value in there. And as you're looking through and kind of realizing that this is a fairly large sum of money, as you're looking through and counting, Bran, you're keeping this total in your head, tallying up in tens and that sort of thing as you go. Dakren, look into the lid area as it's sitting there open, and you see like another small compartment like in the top of the lid, And when you pull it down, there is...
What have you?
What's that?
He said, "What do we have
What
here?"
have you here?
Yeah, as you pull it down, reach in there and grab, and there is a pouch. Very fine pouch. Seems to be like some sort of velvet on the outside. You're not sure what's going on.
I'll open it up.
You open it up, and inside there is another pouch that seems to be of a very fine, like animal gut kind of material. So it's like zero porosity. And as you kind of are looking through it, you can see a fine powder inside of it. And then in a separate bag, another velvet bag, you open it up, and there is some small diamonds in the bottom of this bag.
And another pouch.
Excellent.
Nope, just those two.
Yeah, it's
Matryoshka pouches.
Moving on
It's a
up.
nesting pouch.
Rushing nesting pouch. Yeah, but as you're looking at this animal gut one, you're kind of looking up, and it's a fairly large bag with just a little bit of dust in the bottom of it. Not nearly full to capacity. You can see there is, it's not empty, but it's definitely not full to the top. So maybe if this thing had a lot of, whatever its capacity is, maybe some of it was used, you're not sure. But you can tell there is some portion of diamond dust in there. I guess we could call that,
It is diamond dust.
for value purposes, maybe just you and Bran put your heads together on what the value of the diamonds and the dust together might be. So just
What?
go ahead and do an investigation. One of you with advantage, or both separately, to do trying to value how much diamond dust and diamond you have there.
What's the goal? What is our goal for
I'm
diamond dust?
investigation, so if you want to just give me advantage, Dustin.
Okay.
And Brett.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Yes. Okay.
You said you
that's
gave me. Wait, did you say you were good at investigation or giving you advantage?
Yeah, I'm good at investigation, so if you want to
Okay.
just assist me, so I have advantage.
Okay,
I didn't really
assist you then.
I rolled a
I
natural
couldn't-
19
I
on the
couldn't
first
tell which
anyway.
one you said.
Natural
So.
19. Okay, yeah.
21.
Okay, so yeah, as you're looking through the diamond dust first, it's kind of difficult actually to approximate the gold value of what that dust must be. But looking at it, you would estimate there is about 200 gold worth of diamond dust in the bag. And then as you look at these small diamond chips and small diamonds that are in the other small velvet bag, you estimate there's about 50 gold worth of diamonds that are not dust in there. And I think...
Well, it looks like we got a decision to make.
And you are frozen, Dakren. Is that... Can you hear us?
Really? Can you know?
I can
Hear him?
I can hear you, but
Well,
you're frozen on my end.
Weird. Let me try
Just the
turning
video?
my
Just the video for me.
on then.
we also found some other stuff, if you recall.
I do recall.
Oh, okay.
What
I did.
what other
Just
stuff?
prompting. Well, I have down 2 healing potions, 3 bluish potions,
Yes,
20 gold pieces in herbs,
correct.
or herbs, if you prefer,
Yep, correct.
3 gray potions,
Correct.
and 1, I believe, light blue potion.
Correct. Yep.
Oh, and I probably wrote this down wrong, but Verdale roll.
Verdil roll?
Yeah, that makes any sense
Vardale
to you.
thing. Vardale's the human city. Is
Oh,
it
yeah.
something?
Oh,
Bardale, yeah.
that was a note for me.
Oh,
Sorry.
that's okay.
Oh, more's the pity for you.
Yeah, and so yes, you do have those potions as well.
Okay.
Anyway, so yeah, you find 200 gold worth of diamond dust, approximately, and roughly 50 gold worth of diamonds that are not turned into dust. And I'd say with your, I think largely point out all the missing facets and things like that, and you would coordinate with each other, obviously. That's why you had advantage on it. So as you guys are talking all over it, and you got over a 20 on your investigation check, Dakren, you realize that the value of the diamonds that you have in front of you in dust and gems does not come anywhere close to what you might assume are all the missing diamonds from all this jewelry.
Okay.
Well, you think somebody may have been concocting something so they could maintain a little control of themselves over their parasite? Conjecture, sorry.
Perhaps. Or maybe the diamonds are going to be used in the ritual itself. I don't know. Makes me wonder if the diamonds are still there somewhere. Actually, I'm going to look at Hargus' chest and see if there's a compartment in there too.
Well, if there was some sort of ritual going on, perhaps maybe we should have examined the ritual space better. Instead, it could have been a material for whatever spell or ritual they were conducting at the time.
Right, that's true. And
we never really examined the dais and all that for, writing or any of that.
Yeah, at this.
Well, there was.
Oh, go ahead, Bren.
No, you first. I don't recall there being a raised dais in that room.
Yeah. It wasn't quite a raised area. It was just kind of that. She was the focal point of all these runes and symbols and channels. And as Hargus mentions this to you, Bran, you having just recently thought about this, you kind of put it together in your own mind that that was probably like every single rune, every single channel leading towards the center was all either filled with diamond dust itself or some combination of diamond dust and other things, but a very diamond dust intensive procedure or ritual casting was used down there. And at the end of it, what was left on the ground was whatever residue is left after you channel all of the essence out of diamonds, and there's just kind of an ash left over.
You mean it turns to coal?
Yeah.
So there's no need to get a dustpan
I think that's what I always like. That and that's what ritual components require. That's why you can't cheat the ritual by overpaying on on a diamond or something. Because it has.
So I need.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So we need to have a spell that converts coals to diamonds, and then we consume the diamond, and then take the residue coal afterwards to convert it back into a diamond.
Yes. And then profit. So.
Sounds like level 3 stuff.
Yeah, profit.
Yeah, no, it sounds like a major quest.
Yeah, ...
that
profit.
Not bound to find. Not bound to failure.
Nope. 100% success. But yeah, so you guys have kind of put, these, little breadcrumbs together now, and you can see kind of the path going. You look through the rest of the boxes. There's no more secret compartments, and even the one inside the main chest, it wasn't like a secret compartment. It was just to keep the diamonds separate from platinum in the bottom. And you can, like, as you're looking at this chest, 100 platinum is a fair fortune for your average person. But you can see this chest is not at capacity for platinum either. It's probably a little less than half full. So it seems like Lord Galen was spending a lot of money obtaining diamonds and grinding them up and powdering them for this ritual use.
How rude.
But you've got 200 gold worth of diamond. You guys are aware the ritual that Father Bertrand described to you requires 100 gold worth of diamond dust per casting. So you've got enough for 2.5 rituals. You're a little short. Just shy of 3. So.
Well, guys, it looks like we have a decision to make.
Well, let's see how this is going.
I don't know if we want to go to Vardale, see if we can find some diamonds there to purchase with this platinum. I mean, this platinum would definitely for us, and hopefully all of the people who survived caves didn't completely lose their minds. But
remember how many
for
there
now,
were?
I don't know who should. I hope they'll end up back tomorrow. We should be fine for another day. But I guess tomorrow we'll be able to see how many people exactly need help. Yes, when it comes to this stuff. What should we do with this 200 gold worth of essence? Draw straws?
From us.
I have nothing against going ahead and using it to complete some of the rituals. If for nothing other reason, then we can confirm this priest that I'm none too confident in and knows his stuff.
It's kind of a double-edged sword there, isn't it? Who's the guinea pig, and who has the potential to get all of their memories back first?
I mean,
who's the furthest along?
I have no problem with volunteering my body, but at the same time,
I don't want to be over eager this year, but I think that we can believe Chester, God's rest his soul. I think I am the one who got us all into this. So I don't know if my memories would be more able at this time. I could be pieced together as to how we got into this situation in the first place. It might give us some clues about the Westfall children from what I remember, what I've forgotten about, what I talked to my friend about. So I don't know. I don't say dibs on the diamond dust for myself out of greed.
Then I'll say dibs for you.
Well,
did like for yourself or
on your behalf?
No, I'm saying dibs for you.
Dibs on your behalf.
All right,
it's a sound enough argument in my opinion, because hey, you know the Westfalls, you know the kids, you probably need to know the most information about what it is, and then you can deal with the guilt of knowing that you're the one that got us all into it when you remember.
Sweet dreams.
Yeah, we'll haunt you.
Well, when you put it like that, Brian Brack.
Hey, simple life. I like what I do.
Father Bertrand's eccentric, but we don't have that many options at this point, so I choose to go with gut and trust him on this.
Yeah, he kind of...
So basically, Brandick knows things, and he kills things. Is that what we're saying here so far?
Story checks out.
I got it. Okay. That's right.
I mean, that's your opinion. I have to believe that I am a simple entrepreneur.
So he's polite and courteous also.
About that point, Father Bell would come walking out with Reth, and he'd look over to you guys, kind of a concerned look on your face, and goes, yes, well, the young woman has a different situation. Not entirely certain what it is. She also has the scar on the back, as do you all. Hers is several weeks old at the least. And from what I can tell, there's something else spreading across the tendrils, the veins that were perceivable upon the corpses of the others, seem to be progressing rather rapidly through the neck, and perhaps I don't know their ultimate destination, but it is a visible progression, as opposed to you all who there's no such visible progression involved. So yes, not.
What are you saying, Doc?
I think what I'm saying is you described this ritual. It seems to have set something in motion.
Well, here's my question.
Yes.
Can you cure her as one of the three, or do we have to kill her?
If I had diamond dust, the ritual would. Ew.
We have a little bit of diamonds. We have for 2 guests.
Dear.
I volunteer as one of them. Do you think the ritual will work on her, even though it seems to progress longer?
I see no reason.
If we act,
It should be adequate for it. Yes. It is a very great restoration spell. But it also should the level of corruption should not affect the eventual outcome of this casting of the spell. So it should work regardless of the progression. Yes.
are we in agreement? One for me, one for her, and then the rest of you, like I swear, we will get this platinum and buy more as soon as we possibly can. But I don't want her turning into a monster like we saw in the mansion. So I think we better act quickly on this. What do you guys think, though?
It sounds fine to me. I'm a dwarf. I can always go mine for more.
I think that's
Really?
a solid plan.
That could solve a lot of problems.
I heard once that all dwarves keep a diamond in their back tooth, just an in case sort of thing. Is that true? Do you have an emergency diamond?
I open my mouth, pearly whites.
Darn. Of all the strange racial stereotypes, I was really hoping that one would prove true. That would have been very convenient.
There's certain families that do that.
Yeah, all right.
They're also really weird. No, but I mean, there's a mine I can think of that's probably extremely dangerous and very likely for us to get, materials like diamonds from. Though at the same time, we'd probably all die in the process through it. So,
Right.
let's put that for later.
Yes,
I can't help but think we've not thoroughly explored all the hidden places here, including going back to the Berg and perhaps checking more closely.
The house again. I'm fine with that, but I'm going
How
to sleep.
thoroughly did you explore it?
I need to sleep.
I've got some upset lamb in my stomach, and I need a night's rest.
I'm pretty beat up myself.
Same here.
Well, of course, it's this sort of thing is up to you. If it's going to be you, Dakren, do you wish to carry out this procedure come the morning, or perhaps what's your thoughts there?
I find doing it now. I think we should be do the restoration on the young woman first, just to stop that progression as fast as we can. She may all have valuable information once she has time back. So let's do her and then me. How long is the process?
The process is just a matter of minute or two. It's to set up, and then the casting itself is not very lengthy at all. So.
Oh well, let's get this rotter out of my neck then. Sounds good to me.
Very well. Very well. All right. Give me some time to set up here, and we'll get it progressing. And yes. And he starts walking off into the back room, where he had the worms that he's saved up so far, that you guys have gifted him in the back. You assume stored up in little jars, and he starts setting up. We'll say that as he's doing that, you guys can go ahead and take a short rest and regain some hit die. I know Jasper.
We did check his neck, didn't we? Seems like we checked the priest's neck.
Yeah, I think we did.
That was like one of the first things you did to
I
him.
think so, yeah, as you guys first went into the chain.
Unlike the first thing you did to us.
Why is the bard the paranoid one?
Because Brandbreck's not wise enough to be paranoid.
It's like, guys ever watched Sam and Max?
I don't.
We're too darn
recognize that.
ignorant to be afraid of most things.
Oh gosh.
Oh, but it sounds like I need to.
Oh man,
Right.
Sam and Max Freelance Police is one of the all-time greatest comics and cartoon shows ever made. Steve Purcell, just hilarious, that guy. I got to meet him at Comic-Con once. He signed one of the books I bought there. Yeah, pretty cool.
Excellent.
Very funny guy. Very funny. But yeah, Sam and Max, it's a dog and a rabbity thing, and they fight crime. So
Okay, yeah, I've heard of
Yeah.
Dustin, I have to apologize. I normally wouldn't do this kind of thing, but my wife gave me very specific instructions to present to you a note that she wrote to you. And
A note?
I apologize for the harshness of tone here,
it. Oh,
she's calling.
Unfortunately, that will never change my opinion.
She's calling you out, man. She's like, she keeps asking, did Dustin get a camera? I'm like, I don't know, I don't think so. And she's like, tell him to get a camera. She's getting mad. So she's looking forward to the day where she can see your beautiful face.
I believe there is a still image there that is adequately sufficient.
All right, so everyone roll up their HPs.
You know what will happen is I'll get a camera. It's straight up.
Revenge.
It will be pointed at a still image of my face.
that would be perfect. Like, I got a camera.
Rock with the googly eyes.
That's funny.
Just get different sock puppets to hold my position.
You just cut out the picture that's on your icon right now and place it in front of the camera.
Yeah.
So it's slightly worse resolution of the same image.
You could
Brown
put it on
background.
a stick and march it across the camera. Like, woo, woo, woo.
Okay. So yeah, you can see.
So this cane I got, I'm gonna attune to it. Did I figure out what that was yet? Or I guess I would now.
Yeah. So
I'm
you
attuned
attune
to
to
it.
it over this period here. As you're tuned to it, you're clear. It is an arcane focus, and it appears to have 3 charges of a some sort of spell into it. So you're not. I guess you could. Let's see. I guess you would know. Yeah, you'd know.
I attuned to it.
It's yeah, you'd know. So we won't make you use it in combat to find out. As you attune to it, you feel like this thing is primarily some sort of walking cane. It is an arcane focus, but it's got these charges in it that you can expend a charge on a hit. It's actually like a melee right up close to somebody, and you will cause them to make a Constitution saving throw that could result in them being stunned. So,
Wow.
DC, I think it's DC 12 Constitution save. Yeah. So DC 12 con save or stunned, and 3 charges of that per day. So recharge it.
And then what kind of melee weapon is it? Or I mean, if I hit with a different weapon.
If you...
Yeah, do I hit with the actual rod itself?
Yeah.
Or
Yep.
okay, what kind of weapon is it? A club or?
Yeah, you could call it a club. Yeah. Yeah, it's a walking cane, essentially. With this large gem on the top of it, and you could see like if someone was walking around with it and they wanted to cast spells, and then if someone got close, they could bap them with it, and not provoke potentially an attack of opportunity should they want to disengage after that, sort of a thing.
Okay.
Or if you like just hitting people with sticks who are tied up.
Does it have like a name, or should I make one up for it, or since I don't know?
It's a homebrewed item I just made for Galen, just as something that he would have as, the kind of thing he'd be into. To call it Galen's staff or something like that, or Galen's wacky stick.
Okay. All right.
The
shillelagh.
Yeah, the shillelagh, the tummy tickler. Yeah.
Alrighty.
The unicorn beater.
Yeah. Unicorn whacker. But yeah, so you guys are there. It's about noon at this point. You guys kind of just sitting around watching as Father Bell. There's not really a podium, but it's like a slightly elevated platform at the front. Behind him is this big stained glass window with the rising sun in stained glass there, and these kind of green rolling hill images and sprigs of wheat and things, all symbolism of the Dawn Father there behind him, and the light is starting to shine in through the colored stained glass window as he is at the kind of elevated platform at the front there, arranging candles around it, and then he's got this silver, looks like a tea scoop or something, or a little ladle, a tiny ladle with a little cup on the end that he takes and sets off to the side, and he's writing in chalk in Celestial all around it, consulting this big scroll that you guys had seen before that he'd made all these changes and alterations to. And off to the back side where he's got kind of a little stockpile of supplies there, he grabs one of these small jars, and you can see squirming around in the bottom of it, leaving this little mucus trail, is this little purple worm kind of just slithering around the bottom of it. And he takes it over and sets it at one, kind of like at the head of the raised platform area there. And he looks over at you guys and goes, "Well, so here's how this is going to work. Each of you theoretically has one of these little buggers all up in your brain. To avoid having to just go in there with a crowbar or some sort of trowel and dig the thing out, which can be detrimental to your brain. Oh, bless you. Instead of that, we're going to suck the life essence out of the little wormy inside your skull, and we're going to channel it into that thing there, as they have sympathetic natures. At the same time, I will be casting the typical greater restoration of the spell into you to hopefully alleviate your memory loss. As this is done, I'm not 100% certain what will happen with the little fellow in the jar. I don't believe it will, explode or anything like that, but it will be innervated, as it were, with energy from its little wormy brethren. While the life is sucked out of the one inside your brain, it will be channeled into that one there. So, just be aware that it may get a little uppity, as it were, in its little jar. Now, it is important, however, that we allow the ritual to be complete before anything happens to that little fella. So if it gets too out of sorts, don't like stomp on it and squish it or anything. Don't kill the one until I give you the all clear sign, as it were. I'll give you one of those, all right? And then you can just, give it the old what's it called? The old curb stomp, as it were. Very good. Understand? Yes, everyone's frozen. Oh dear, I don't see anybody else. You're all frozen. Oh, that's unfortunate. Let me escape here and see if you all come back. I think it must be the worms in your little brains. You've all obviously had little miniature strokes. It would be more amusing, however, if you could all hear me this entire time, and I was just kind of rambling on my own as you either talk to one another, disconnected. Oh, that's unfortunate. Disconnected. Why would I lose internet?
Druid lore, like in a neutral kind of way.
Am I back?
Oh, I
Be
think I heard
fine.
him.
This world is kind of putty in our
It was
hands,
back.
so you can kind of do whatever you need.
Okay.
Looks
There
like
he
the
is.
ritual's resumed.
I had a tiny little nap.
Ah.
I was tired from last night. I didn't sleep well, so I wanted to take a tiny little nap. What's the last thing you heard?
We thought it was a staring contest.
So is he just a narcoleptic pastor? He just like
Yeah.
completely goes out at times, and we just have never been around long enough to
Yes.
find out.
I had a little
We had just finished rubbing our hands in front of your face.
I had a little nappy nap, and I'm ready to go now. But
I've heard of the legendary snot bubble, but I've never seen it until today.
Just like during the restoration ritual, and
should be
that's
good.
fine. Glad to
What's the last thing I said before I dozed off there?
You were about to start the ritual.
Oh, okay. So
You just finished the bippity boppity boo part.
So you're all good. Don't kill the worm in the jar until I give you the high sign, right? Yes, all good.
Any shields laying around?
I used to have one from back in my younger days. I'm not sure where it is at the moment.
I just thought it would be a good thing to block the worm in case it did get away.
It's in a jar. It should be fine.
Yeah, true. How active is this worm going to be?
This is.
I mean, you're about to find out. I'm asleep.
It's a first for me. Should be though.
Oh yeah, I guess I'm asleep too, aren't I?
Are you all sleeping?
No, I just chose to do that. I just chose to do that. My character, he just passed out on the bench.
I don't think my character would allow himself to miss this.
Yeah.
I didn't
So
need
he'll
to
just
sleep,
have
so
to
I'm
deal with it.
awake.
Those benches are designed to help people awake too. So it'd be a rough one to force yourself to go to sleep.
He's
on.
a
Yeah,
dwarf.
I mean, yeah,
Rocks are
you need
comfortable.
that dwarf hard butt to go to sleep on one of those bad boys. He looks over at you, Dakren, and goes, "Oh, all right, dear boy. Why don't you have a seat here? I guess you might want to lie down in case you get sort of faint or something. But have a little lie down here, and just in case, we wouldn't want you toppling over and knocking your little noggin. That thing's been through enough recently.
Probably not the best thing to say to a dwarf.
No, that was to Dakren.
You little noggin, you little dwarf noggin.
That was to Dakren. Brand's asleep, so.
That was Dakren.
Oh, sorry.
Oh no, did we lose Dex? Dax.
We did for a moment.
Okay, he's back.
back.
He's back. All right. So, Dakren, you go and lie down on the little elevated platform there. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. He kind of walks up. So you're on the top of this thing, and the steps go down towards the back of the temple, and that stained glass window there, the light coming in it. And you kind of lie down there a little awkwardly, you know, like along the step there, and a couple candles around in the circle there, the chalk kind of written all around you. And he steps forward with his holy symbol in his hand, and you can hear him start praying a little bit under his breath in Celestial, if you recognize it. The jar with the worm is placed kind of in the front of it there, like you can look off to your left towards the doors of the church and see it in the thing there, kind of worming around on the ground. And as he begins chanting, he has your bag with the diamond dust in it, and he goes in with that long handled silver scoop, and he reaches in there and scoops it, and you can kind of see him level off the top of it, you know, measuring out a very exact amount. And then he comes over and says, now please hold still for a moment here. And he starts like tipping it out into this very exact pattern, a little on your chest and some on your forehead there. He goes, all right, that ought to do it. And continues chanting.
Cooking with Father.
Yeah, and as the like these glowing sigils around in chalk start to flare up, this bright holy light, and there's a general glow increased in the room. He continues chanting along, and suddenly the diamond dust flares brightly on your chest, brightly on your forehead, and there's like this zap of energy that starts coming from your face and body, going into the jar where the worms start going, wiggling around, like thrashing like crazy at the bottom of this thing. And then as it's like twitching around, you start feeling this strange sense of dizziness and dysphoria as you're laying on this stone step, kind of woozily spinning in place as you're lying on the ground. And this thing's wriggling around, and you guys see it start to like grow and get bigger and larger until eventually it breaks out of the jar and starts like worming around.
Ah, dang.
And at the very last minute, there's a final flare of light, and it goes into the worm thing, and you see this thing thrashing on the ground, like right next to you, Dakren, and it looks very familiar to some things that were coming out of one Mr. Lord Galen's horribly mutated body in the ritual chamber, as it's gotten now larger and instilled with this energy. That might be a good time to roll some initiative, unless you guys have been planning on something while this thing is worming around on the ground next to you there during the beginning part of the ritual.
I am asleep.
Yeah.
My initiative is whenever they wake
What's
me
your
up.
passive perception? The breaking of the glass might have done it.
Mine?
Yeah.
9. That's below average.
Let's see. We'll see how loud it was.
I was going to look at Father and just say, now can we kill it?
He's backing up.
I'll
On initiative.
20 for
rolling
you.
good.
21.
All right.
21 for Hack.
I've got 18.
All right.
Hargus.
Go.
18. Mine is a big fat Z.
All right, Hargus, what do you want to do?
We gotta kill this bugger, and I'm gonna use my rabbit stick. I think would be no. Wait a minute. Use the sword. Trying to think what I got.
Okay.
Yeah.
Rabbit stick.
So you come running up on it and you make an attack on it.
All right, let me roll here. I rolled a 7 altogether.
Okay, that's not going to do
Bardic Inspiration.
you stab down.
You could give your...
Yeah.
Can the Valor Bard give himself inspiration?
No, not yet.
On his
Not
attack?
yet, I don't think.
Not
Eventually,
yet,
I
I don't
can.
think.
No, next level.
You could
Next
inspire
level,
someone
okay.
else if you wanted to, as
I believe.
this thing kind of worms out of the way and you just tink, hit the ground with your rapier.
Maybe I should. Okay. Inspiration.
Who are you giving it to?
You can wait till they attack.
Stab them with their steely knives, but they just can't kill the beast.
Who do you want to give it to, Hargus?
Who do you give it to? Give it to Father Bertrand.
Please.
Yeah, he's gonna do a lot.
Because, Dex is our best fighter. He's the man.
Okay, give it to Dex. All right.
But maybe, wait a minute. I'm trying
I'd
to
go with
Jasper.
someone else. I'll probably
No,
hit.
not Jasper.
You do see Dakren scrambling right next to
I
this
can't
thing as it's
remember your
thrashing
name.
next to his face. So.
Dakren, sorry. Dakren.
Dakren? Okay. All right, Dakren, you're up. What do you want to do?
Okay, so you give a bardic inspiration die to Dakren then. Okay.
Yes.
So
I believe that's a free action for me.
What's that, Dakren?
How far away from it
You're
am I?
right next to it. This thing was like right next to you. You guys were both kind of the focal point of this ritual, so.
Okay, I'm gonna try out my new cane. Then I'll pull it out of my belt and just
whack it. All right. So you hit roll to attack first.
All right.
Managed to boop it.
I don't know if it's a boop that he's going for.
It's an aggressive boop.
Oh, it's definitely a boop.
And what the heck? I might as well use Booming Blade.
Okay.
So I'll do that.
So if it moves.
All right. 21.
That will hit. All right, let's see.
I'd be worried if it didn't.
So that is 5 points of damage.
5 points of damage.
This construction.
5 blood damage. I'll expend charge. Try it out.
Yeah, you
Smells
bring
of
it down
corruption.
on there and it goes. You kind of smack it down halfway in the middle of the thing, and you see this shimmering field of booming energy around it, and it kind of goes and flops around. It got an 11 on its con save, so it's like thrashing around for a second, then it goes. It kind of freezes for a moment. That's the end of your turn?
I'm gonna off the table and stand up and just kind of back away from it a little bit.
Yeah, it's stunned.
And I'm just gonna sort of.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Things.
Say that again. You're cutting out.
Yeah, sorry, you're cutting out. Go ahead. Repeat that.
Are my memories starting to come back? Do I feel any different?
A little difficult to tell in this moment. You feel kind of a dizziness, a little sense of kind of being almost bigger than your own head as you kind of like step back and stand up. But yeah, I'd say it's hard to tell at this point if you are just overwhelmed with memory or what.
Okay.
But
just brace myself against the operating table a little bit, and I'm it's stunned.
All right.
That's my turn.
You are up, Reth.
Got a launder. That comma. Got a launder the comma.
Yeah, I guess I'll just run up to it and let's do.
Like the best line ever.
I'm gonna pull out a hand axe out of my belt and just
Smack it.
try to whack into it.
All right.
I feel like you're nonchalantly chopping wood.
Make an attack roll with advantage.
I mean,
as
pretty
it is
much.
Stunned.
Oh, cool! I don't have to do reckless for that. Nice. It's a 17
This
plus
little
5.
lumberjack
and
just
that's-
comes over, grits his teeth, gives
and
an
that's a
angry
natural
glare.
20.
Oh god!
That will hit.
Crit
That
from
will
the
hit.
stun.
All right, roll for damage.
So that's a d6, and I rolled a 6, so that's
Hey,
12 plus 3.
Cadet man.
That's 15.
Body mounts.
You as
Are
It's
you
gonna be
raging?
15 slashing damage.
it's kind of like
No, I'm not raging.
frozen with like the top part where it's got these nasty little pinchers at the front of it, of its maw. like reaching up, and it's kind of like frozen in this weird arc upward, and you bring the hatchet down through lengthwise that whole top part of it, and you like cut it in half like long ways, and like two sides of it flop to the side, and it goes and just big gout of purplish blood just and spreads, and it appears to be dead. Doesn't move. Yeah, appears to be it. And as you kind of stumble backwards after this, shaking your head, Dakren, why don't you make a wisdom saving throw?
Also, while he's doing that, I'm just going to be stomping on the pieces until it's just mush on the ground.
15.
15? Okay. As you kind of look back and shaking your head, looking at your new compatriot, this big, burly bear man, stomping into mush this worm in front of you there, you start to have like little flashes of memory, and you do feel like this oncoming flood of information where you are getting this letter and reading through the letter of your old friend inviting you to come and help him with a situation. You show up and he's solemn, and his wife that you'd met on a few occasions is just, crying off in a corner as he entreats you for help in rescuing his children from he knows not what sort of danger they're in, and then days of traveling on the road and eventually getting here, and you get this like stop motion kind of memory flashback of all these events leading up to being in the forest and chowing down on a big bowl of a lovely lamb stew before you black out and wake up again in the pods, and it all comes kind of rushing back, and it's all jumbled and like too much information kind of to get all at once, but you can tell it's coming back to you now. So.
Do you remember losing a bet with Brandbreck?
Yeah. He remembers losing several minor bets with Brandbreck and winning several as well. The journey up from White Fork was just a constant barrage of ridiculous bets about what who could hit that squirrel first, and and all sorts of ridiculous silly bets on the way.
The bet was going to be that the bet was going to be, so we're going to be able to do this quest with no complications.
Dakren, where did you fall on? What side of the bet would you have gone for that?
I don't know if they would have made a bet like that. I've been through way too many unpredictable things. I'd be like, heck if I know. I'm not I don't know.
I don't think you would have made the bet either. It's just kind of a funny memory that I wanted to throw out.
Yeah. I remember making that bet. I declined. I'm like, whatever. Like,
yeah.
Because I totally was going to say that, oh, you owe me money for a bet that we made if I got my memory.
Yeah.
And then when you would have remembered, it would have been a different story.
But yeah, so it...
So yeah, I just kind of clutch my head a little bit. I'm just like, oh, it's coming back. It kind of hurts my brain, but I'm going to go to the back of my neck.
Yeah, so you kind of feel back there, the scar would be removed at that point, and you feel actually really good. You feel great. Yeah, probably better than you have.
Just be sure not to rub it in when you get back with your buddies.
Yeah. It worked. That sure worked.
Yes,
I'm cured.
You should be feeling right as rain. Unfortunately, a great deal of the restorative properties of the spell was focused on trying to repair that memory loss and getting that thing out of you. But, other than that, the side effects of the spell should leave you feeling, quite chipper.
really good, and I want to make sure that the rest of you get your memories back too.
Well, I appreciate that. Is there any chance we could get more? Is there someone somewhere in town that sells diamonds? I mean, is there anything like that around? And Father Bell's like, hey, there are some jewelry stores and the like around. Yes, I believe. But I suppose we could look and see if any other jewelry or diamonds is available. But
we've got money to pay for it now.
Yes,
worth a try.
Do you wish to go do that first, and search around for more diamonds, or do you wish to use up the rest of the dust on young Mrs. Westfall? Now, I mean, or do you wish to wait on it? I can do that.
I say, let's cure the girl.
Yes, I can.
Seeing how she's so advanced, she's at such an advanced stage. I say, let's cure the girl.
Very well.
My thoughts exactly.
Very well.
Although, let's be ready and let's bushwhack them instead of the reverse.
All right.
What can we do to prepare for this?
I suppose we could all arrange ourselves in a position to take a shot at the thing if it breaks out of the glass again. If it's going to be sort of thing where at the end of it's big enough to break out of the glass like it did last time, then we just be ready to take shots at it.
What if we could rig it up?
These things are like peeps and microwaves.
Right. Yes.
That's a funny mental picture.
I've never done that before. Does that explode? Is that?
It expands quite large. There's something called peep jousting, where you stick toothpicks in two of them and then you have them joust each other by their expansion.
I'm on board.
Fun.
Now I gotta try it.
Very interesting.
By the way, it's a really stupid way to keep kids entertained, because technically if they have the same length of joust, they're going to stab each other at the same time no matter what.
Right. It's like two
That's
trains coming from the east and west.
Yeah. Which one passes the other first?
Man, I'd had people get out paper and pencil and calculators for that thing. But well, yes. As I said, I can do that. Once. Well, I can do it actually 2 more times today if we had the diamond dust for it. But I could set it up and we could get ready to do it again for the young Miss Westfall. So yes, I'll get started right away. And he goes over and starts setting up the same procedure, basically. You guys just want to wait for him to have it all set up, or what do you think?
I'll help him if I can. If there's anything I can do.
Yeah, mostly just handing him things so he doesn't have to go back and forth between the kind of little pile of materials that he's doing and that sort of thing. And he kind of nods and, thank you, my boy. Yes. All right. Well, the sigils and
Whoa!
hello. Are you all right? What happened?
Did you hear the lightning thunder just now? When the lightning struck, it shocked my ears.
Oh,
No way.
That's a new one. I know, no
That's
way,
crazy.
right? That was bizarre feeling.
Well, we lost you for a moment,
that's
so
crazy.
Wow, that was
Wow.
that'd be a very odd thing to be caught
that
on
was just this
stream.
little.
Oh man. I'm gonna play this back in slow motion
That
and
was
see if
weird.
we can capture the spark.
Yeah.
Hey, Scott, if
That was bizarre.
you get superpowers,
My wife's coming in here to check on me.
You get superpowers.
My earbuds just shocked me from that lightning strike. That must have been. Yes. Sorry, guys. I'm all right, but wow, that
that's
was
crazy.
Scared me.
it's a weird feeling in your ear. Let me tell you that.
Wow.
Whoa. Okay,
Oh,
sorry,
it's all right.
Rob.
Like I said though,
On the way.
if you get superpowers from that, Scott, you gotta cater to our needs now, right? Because we're responsible for you.
With great power comes
You're
great
first on my list.
Friend guilt. Yeah,
serviceability.
friend guilt.
Servitude.
It's like the only guy in college with a car, you know.
That is
Man,
bizarre
that's
feeling.
crazy.
Can't say I've ever experienced anything like that
Never
before.
heard of that.
Alrighty.
Sorry, nothing's kicking in yet. Maybe when I wake up.
Sheesh. Yeah, you gotta take a long
Yeah.
rest first. Everyone knows that. All right, so
My hair has. Oh,
yeah, you guys go back and Reth helps bring out Candace Westfall, and they lay her in the same position on the little elevated step area there. And Father Weston goes to the back and he says, "All right, I'll begin the ritual. As I said, wait till you get the thumbs up, and then have at the little beastie. And yes, we'll go ahead and do it again. So you guys are gonna."
I'm gonna go sit down next to Branbreck,
Yeah. Okay.
where he's sleeping.
Are you still asleep, Bran? That was quite a bit of commotion.
As far as I'm aware.
Yeah, I'd say with all the screaming
I
and
I
breaking.
sleep in taverns and brawls and stuff like
Okay,
that.
all right.
Come on.
No one's waking Bran up then?
No, I'm just sitting next to him for right now.
Jasper kind of comes with a bow and knocks an arrow, and he's like, "So we're all gonna just attack the thing when it breaks out of the jar? Is that the plan?" Yes.
there is one thing I can do in advance, and that I don't have any spells, but I can do the inspiration again. And at the duration, they can use that for 10 minutes before they decide to roll it.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
I could go ahead and pre-cast it.
Yeah, that's no problem. Reth, we can say you can still have your inspiration too. Oh no, Dakren had.
I'd actually could do it.
So.
Both of them.
I got it.
I could do it to both of them.
Okay, so if you want to give out inspiration to Reth, he could use one, and Bran's asleep, so he wouldn't be able to hear your inspiring word. So
I can use it for being able to enter REM state more efficiently.
dream super good. Get them real good dreams.
I can do that.
Yeah, so
College of the Dream.
you say you got one more inspiration left in you, Hargus. Okay, do you want to roll initiative now, or do you want to wait until it pops out of the jar and we could kind of get it stacked up now and get things ready?
We can kind of just ready our actions, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, it's kind of what I was thinking.
Just do it like that.
Get an order now so that we can see if this thing makes it through the first round of combat or not.
Got a 19.
I'll summon my longsword.
Okay. Jasper actually got a 20.
I'll just casually fiddle with the hand axe.
What'd you get, Dakren?
Just waiting.
I got 19.
Oh, okay. All right. I'll have you go.
I'm kind of gun shy now.
I know.
Still
right?
thundering and lightning here.
That's okay. It'll keep you alert.
I could have done a. Prior to all this, I could have done a song of rest for Brandrick.
Brandrick.
I could have done a Brand.
Yeah, let's say Bran.
I could have done a song of rest for him.
That's okay.
And helped him along.
I feel like this is an ongoing theme.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, Brandrick.
Well, we'll just go with what we got. And
I know.
Brick. I rolled a 21 for my initiative.
Oh man! All right, so I'll put you.
After hacking one, you're raring to go on the next one, huh?
Sorta.
Okay.
See how it plays out.
So yeah, Father Bell's there, and he's holding his holy symbol, and he begins the same chant going over this as he speaks, and that same procedure starts to happen. The diamond dust and the sigils around flare up with holy light, and there's this pulsing energy now coming out of the young woman's body, just going into the jar. and you see it start to squirm around, and it grows and starts growing inside this jar as more and more. And Father Weston's praying, and it just kind of, and then you guys are getting ready and all kind of holding your action, getting ready to do something. About the time that the last one bursts through the jar, this one does the same thing, and as lays there squirming, not going anywhere, as it seems to be in pain through this growing process. It's like, and Father Bell's up there still chanting, and it's getting bigger now to like from the size of a cat to like the size of this large dog, and it like bursts through the skin, and it's just like this glistening mass of like bloody mess. Just it's like the size of a horse now on the ground, just. And
a horse,
about horse size, and you can see Father Bell chanting, like still chanting the ritual, and just, and the energy pulsing off this thing keeps going into it, and it's getting bigger and longer and nastier, and you guys are having to step back a little bit as it's coming close to that first row of pews, and it's this long, horrible horse-sized monstrosity with pincers on the front of it, just as it slaps around. And finally, at a much longer ritual process stops, and Father Bell, panicked, goes, "Kill it, please!" And he grabs the girl by the arms and starts pulling her towards the back as this thing is whipping around, and finally stops and like raises its head and looks around the room at you guys. So I believe there are some held actions that are going to come into play.
if you want to put me on that bench on the second row on the right.
Bench on the second row to the right. This one here?
I think it's time to kick Brandrick.
Yep.
All right.
Before I know where everything else is, I had in my mind that I would be sleeping in the middle pews.
Hargus, you're here, I think, huh? And Reth, you're back here by...
Yeah. I think when I see this,
Yep.
Does that look good to everybody?
Yep.
All right. And there, writhing around in the front, is this little monstrosity there. Just a horrible, writhing, enormous worm creature full of...
Looks like a hellion.
Pretty nasty.
That's what we want.
All right, held actions.
My held action is to roll over.
Reth, you're up first. What would you like to do?
So, I want to take the hand axe that I have, and I want to wind up to throw it and just kind of bop Brandbreck like on the face with it before I throw it, just to wake him up.
just a little tip.
All right, that
kind of thump, and then toss the axe,
and then toss the axe. Okay, that. Why don't you go ahead and roll for attack?
That's.
Take my arm and I rub my nose.
14.
14. You chuck your axe at this thing, and as it's going towards it, it just goes like, and it goes off a back wall. So that was a miss.
Dang.
Ah, dang.
Yep.
All right. Jasper.
Because you booped me.
It was the boop. It got you all off balance.
I know. I threw myself off.
You see Jasper pull back one of his new arrows that he's fashioned out of the mica, his little bursting, colorful mica ones that he uses. And he's going to fire it off and hopefully hit. Oh man. He fires it, and you see it like just barely hit the top of the head of this thing and bounce off and impact on the wall behind it in a shower of golden kind of dust off the back wall, but he just missed. Ugh, that's unfortunate. All right, Hargus, you're up. You know what? And also, he's gonna move. He doesn't like being this close to the thing, so he's gonna jump over there, get a little distance.
Mighty 9.
9 total?
I missed.
Yeah. Again, this thing's just so fast. It's like slithering around, whipping around, and as you chuck or try, what are you trying to stab at it, or throwing one of your? Okay, so you gotta get a little closer for that. So you can move right up here and stab at it, and as you thrust with your rapier, it just twists out of the way, and you.
And make a target of myself.
You definitely make a target of yourself. Dakren, you're up.
Okay, I'll walk up to it and attack it with my longsword.
Right.
Booming blade.
Is this this? Oh, this is the summoned longsword. I was going to say, you haven't replaced it yet.
And I never need to now. Let's see. It is 22.
22 will hit.
So that is a darn 1. So it's 4 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
Booming blade activates, and then in my offhand, I'm going to bonus action hit it with the dueling cane, the walk cane.
Doesn't it have to be a finesse weapon for 2 weapons?
That is
No.
light.
It just has to be a
Yeah.
light.
So is your longsword light?
No, the offhand just has
the
to be
club
light.
is.
Yeah.
If it's a club
Okay,
is.
I think they both have to be light. Well, let's go with it for now. We'll see how his con save does, but I think they both have to be light for that to work. But let's see how a con save
That's
does.
a good question. Let me look.
Roll for attack
you
on
can-
the
you
bonus action for one, and we'll see how the con save does.
It's a 22.
Okay, so it hits. So you can roll the damage. It did get a 10 on the die, so it is going to pass its con save, though.
Yeah, they both have to be light weapons.
Oh, okay. I won't do that then.
It's fine. I mean, it's
Long
just
sword.
roll the d6 for the damage. No additional modifier to it though. But it's fine. We can have a little damage in there. You used a charge for it, so it's a.
It's a D4.
Oh, for a club.
But that's 4 points of bludgeoning damage. And then
Next
I
damage.
drop it, and I'm like, I cannot dual wield too much for that arm.
It's just kind of awkward. Big sword and a little cane on the other side. So you.
You're no Gandalf.
10, you would have had to move up to here for that. Okay. That's good. And next up is Father Bell. He's going to half move, try and drag her away. So he's going to try and go 5, 10, 15. So that's his movement. And then he's going to reach out and go, "Begone, foul demon!" And the worm will... Oh, hey. He brings down this pillar of flame from his hands, just... And there's this flash of holy light as it goes arcing out of his arm. It fails to get out of the way, and it takes 9 points of radiant damage. All right. As it hits, it just goes... and you hit it. As you sliced into it with your long sword, Dakren, a familiar and unpleasant burning sensation splashes over you and Hargus, and you both take 2 points of acid damage, which is not
Yeah.
bad, all things considered.
So was you.
That is accurate. All right, Bran, you have been kind of poked in the ribs and can kind of jump to your feet using those same guy who sleeps in rowdy bars instincts. You have an instinct for when trouble starts, and you've been nudged sternly. So, Bran, if you want to hop up.
I mean, that depends on if you want to say a perception roll of a 1.
Well, you don't have to perceive much when someone pokes you in the ribs, so I guess it's up to you.
No, it's fine.
None.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with getting up if that's okay. It's just usually a sleeping person somebody has to use their action to wake them up or rouse them. But
I think you're fine.
I
With the
will.
sleep spell.
If you really want to
go
nerf
with
it that bad, you can nerf yourself that bad. But with all that's going on, I thought
that's
it was a little more in the. There was a lot of willful sleeping through there that I thought was for the RP, but.
I'm gonna coin the phrase "worm gurge."
But so kind of snort awake, half awake, say, kind of rouse to my feet, see the worm thing, and say, "There can be only one king of the mountain," and I will leap at it and go to stab it.
Well, it was half your movement to stand up, so I don't know that you've got the movement to get. Oh, bonus action dash though, so yeah, you're good. You just do a quick acrobatics to see if you stick the landing on your jump here.
I will actually roll underneath the pews.
They're not not high enough. No.
Or even for a dwarf?
Yeah, they're like a foot or two off the ground.
Okay, so I roll off the first one, and then I get up, and then kind of do this.
Okay, you can get up in there.
Roll around over to him.
Your bonus action dash, you can get there.
I'll get to. Can I actually go the other way around onto the right?
5, 10,
Yeah.
15, 20, 25.
So 15 plus 25, or actually it'd be 10 plus 25, so 35 movement total.
Up in the business.
Okay. And then I will rapier it. I have an ally within 5 feet, right? That's threatening it?
You do.
Yep.
A 14 to hit.
Yeah, not gonna do it. You kind of stab at it and feel your blade like slide around the edge of this rubbery hide.
Yep. I actually watched the dice roll, and one of the other dice is one of the D6 hit the D20 and made it tip onto a new.
The perils of multi-rolling.
Yep. But yeah.
Okay. All right.
So miss.
So that's it. Yeah.
That's my turn.
As you feel your blade slide off the edge, it kind of looks at you, spitting and clacking in your face. That brings us back up to Reth.
Let's see. So that should be like 25-ish to get there. So I'm going to use my bonus action to shift. So I'll gain some extra hit points.
For half a moment, I thought you were referring to 4th edition rules there.
5 foot. Okay, so you swell and rage into a large, hairy, bestial form. Going for your bare arms?
So this is just a shift. So I'm just... Nope. Yeah, I'm just shifting, so I'm getting kind of a bestial hide. Yeah, so I'll run up to the center of those two, and I'll just use my other hand axe, which I haven't thrown yet, and make an attack.
Yep.
Let's make it reckless. Why not?
I can't think of a reason.
That's not going to hit. I'll use the inspiration for that one. 6. Cool. So that'll make it 24.
24 will hit.
So that's just a d6. So that's going to be 7 damage.
All right, 7 damage with your axe. You jab into this thing, and as you're cutting into it, there's a spray of this nasty acid that hits all of you there for 3 points of acid damage. Just all 4 of you, actually. Splats you with this. Yes,
Me as well?
So 6.
How much
So from
damage?
him hitting it, we got
there's this
acid
big
damage dealt
spray
to us.
of nasty goop. Well, you know what? You're on the wrong side, Bran. So not you. Not you. You're on the wrong side. But the 2 guys next to him for sure. So yeah, you're out of range, Bran. Yeah, it's
Okay.
How much damage did we take for that?
4. There's 4 points of acid damage. And that'll bring it back to Jasper, who pulls out another arrow and...
Brand brick.
Hey, all right. Of course, that
Brand
one
brick.
hits. One of those little crappy arrows. That's okay. 1d. All right. So you see it hit the flesh and sink into it, and there's this burst of fire into the side of it, and it flares out. 20. Okay. Next up is Hargus.
Okay, make my attack.
With your rapier. That will
21. And let me see here. Gets 10 points of damage.
That was with your rapier, I assume?
Why, yes. With a flourish.
10 points.
And a sweep of my cape, I go ahead and give inspiration to Brand Brick.
Okay.
Okay. Hargus, you and Reth take 2 points of acid damage.
Dag gum.
And we'll say you're just out of range for that, Bran, so you're good. Okay, with that last slash there, it looks at you guys. That one hurt it pretty good, so he is going to... He's going to take a little bite at you, Hargus. We'll see how he does there. Ooh, yeah, that's a 23 to hit. So that'll hit. And then he's going to...
Oof.
You're a barbarian. You get hit all the time.
Come on, he's almost gotten through all my temporary hit points.
So that's not great roll. That's only 8 points plus the additional, so 12 points of piercing damage. Make a con save. Reth. Yeah.
Sorry,
12
a
points
con
of
save?
piercing and a con save.
Rest.
Do you still have
so
your
that
bardic
is-
inspiration? You used it, didn't you?
I did.
Okay. I was gonna
I
say
was
you
gonna
could have
say-
used your reaction to add its roll to your AC, but I think it hit you too hard, right?
And
Yeah, it still would have been... Well,
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, my AC's 18 right now.
With
Con
a
save's
6, it
gonna be
would have been
19.
24. But yeah.
And then it's going to, you see it kind of like go, and like twitch, and then there's this spray of this nasty material all around you guys. Make a dex save for everyone in the vicinity there.
Didn't this really seem like a Ghostbusters scene. 17.
Okay.
With
We're all getting
Slimer.
14.
Oh my gosh. I
I
must
guess if
still
you
Did
be
you
had
actually
19.
fail a
asleep.
deck save, Brian? Wow.
I
Oh, yeah.
did.
All right.
7.
What about you?
Oh, what? Well, sorry. I rolled the deck. Wrong thing.
What'd you?
It's
Yeah.
saving throw, right? Okay. So it'd actually be a 13
Okay.
with my save
Okay.
on it.
And what about you, Dakren?
14.
14. Okay. So, and then what was your deck save, Reth?
That was
20.
a
19.
20.
Okay. So,
Oh, sorry.
Reth and Hargus both
Advantage,
save. Everybody else is gonna take
As long as I keep my cape out
a
of it.
bit of acid damage. 4, 5. Oh gosh, a lot of ones. Only 6 points.
gross
Only 6
acid.
points of acid damage as it sprays all around you and kind of sprays in mist in your face, and a pool of acid kind of spreads around it. And you guys are like kind of standing in this noxious fume that's like coming up around this nasty kind of spray material here, just sprayed all around in this area around you there. Okay, that is its turn.
I'm going to cast Hellish Rebuke as a
Okay,
action.
so that's a dex save for it. You noticed it has been pretty fast and whippy, but 17. Total of 17.
Success. So 19 halved to 9. 9 points of fire damage.
Okay. Yeah, as you reach your hand and fire lances, it's able to like twitch out of the way, and like a big column of it kind of misses over part of it, but it does get scorched on the back half. And you guys are treated to a just delightful stench of sizzling necrotic worm flesh of some kind. Dakren? All right, Dakren, you going to stay there?
Just my reaction on its turn. Is it my turn now?
Yes, it is your turn.
Okay. So has the acid blood been like within 5 feet of it?
Yeah, pretty much. Yep.
Okay, I'm going to withdraw 5 feet.
Okay.
Back away from it a little bit without, like, just 5 feet away from it, so it doesn't incur anything.
Okay. So you could, I mean, if you're going to do that with a defensive withdrawal thing, that would give you the. Yeah. Okay. So you just back up defensively, not incurring an attack. You want to scoot around into an aisle?
So yeah, I'm going to back up, and I'm just going to look at my longsword, and if only I had something with a bit more reach. And just 5 feet. That looks like more than 5 feet, is it? Or okay, that's fine. Right, that's fine. Yeah, I'll just kind of jump back onto the pew. Just say, just look at my longsword and say, I wish I had something with more reach. And then suddenly, the longsword transformed into a giant halberd made of that black with red veins, and I'll just kind of look around and be like, that works. That's my action, though, so I will end my turn there.
Okay. All right. In that case, next up is Father Bell, who he's just going to keep trying to get out of there. He drags her another 5, 10, 15 over to here, and reaches out his holy symbol again, and he'll do a bigger thing this time. He's going to... Oh, oops. Yeah, you see him.
He looks so sensitive when he's frozen.
Am I frozen again? Are you guys there? Oh, okay.
For a moment.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you were a minute. For a moment.
You were first.
It looked like it might have taken a while. I didn't mean to
it's
take
okay.
you
I
out.
was
Sorry.
just going to be frustrated if I got frozen again. Yeah, he reaches up his holy symbol, speaks some more words in Celestial, and a big burst of radiant energy comes flashing out of the holy symbol, but this thing kind of like worms out of the way and just goes impacting on the wall behind him. He's like, curses! Don't worry, I've got a... Oh no, I can't do that, shoot. I used a spell slot to do a bigger thing, but I can't use a bonus action spell slot now because of the raw interpretation of spellcasting. Am I frozen again? Son of a gun. It's the worst. Killing me. Did we lose everybody? Or is it just me? I have signal.
I came forth the wall.
I seem to be doing all right. Are you guys there?
Okay. Now,
Oh, that mystical mumbo jumbo. That's why it's on.
yeah,
All right.
you're back.
Back.
Bloody hell.
Yep.
But
There
we
you go.
kind
I made an amusing joke about spell slots that you guys probably missed. Doesn't matter.
Something about bonus spell slot not being able to be used because of the raw
It's very
interpretation.
It was all very mystical.
All right, Bran, you're up.
All right, I am going to stab it again with
All
my
right.
rapier while I have an ally within
Good
5
call.
feet of it.
Good call.
And that is a 22 to hit
Nice.
with I'm gonna roll the valor die on this too.
Oh, your inspiration?
The bardic inspiration. Yeah. So that will be 6 piercing damage, 8 sneak attack, and 6 valor. So 20 points total.
20 total. Yowzers.
Listen, you savage. You savage. That's one sorry worm.
Okay.
Well, it's more sorry as I gave it a new blowhole.
As you stab into it, spraying back at you. Ah, you lucky duck. Only 1 point of acid damage as your very thin rapier lives only a small hole that kind of spurts onto your hand a little bit.
Because I angle it right so it squirts away from me.
Just deflecting it off the blade. All right, that's that. Next.
Rather than stabbing the soda can next to me, I stab it on the side facing away.
Dakren, you move back. Okay, Bran, you standing in this puddle of noxious fumes now rising from the ground.
Am I not able to move back before it, or is it on my turn that does that?
You both began your turn in it. So you would actually, sorry, Dakren, if you could make a con save for me too real quick.
Is it
yeah,
beginning of our
the
turns that
turn.
we take
Yep.
it?
So make a con save.
Okay. Is it considered a poison?
It's acid, not really a poison. It's like huffing hydrochloric fumes.
I was just wondering because of the
Yeah, it's
dwarven
not
stuff.
poison, sorry. These guys are acidic.
Constitution.
Yeah, con saves. How'd you do, Austin?
Oh gosh, that
How'd
was
you
a
do?
terrible roll.
6, okay,
6.
what?
Sorry, you had
What am I
started
doing?
your turn in this puddle of goop there. So you had to do a con save as these noxious fumes are rising up and burning your lungs.
Not good.
11.
11.
So you both take 3 points of acid damage, and you start coughing. Just and you can feel yourselves kind of slowed down a little bit. So your movement is halved for both of you. So, Bran, would you like to move out of your range?
Interesting.
Or stay where you are?
That's fine. I'm fine with
Just stay in the,
more or
in the
less
mix.
staying where I am.
All right, Reth, at the top of your turn, con save as you're also in this noxious fume surrounding you. 20, okay.
20.
You are good. And go ahead with your turn. You kind of just snarl and push through it. You don't care about no nasty worm fart.
So I will go into a rage for my bonus action. And this time, a tail will sprout from my back, and kind of a long draconic, like spike tail. I want to do the left of it and step back, so I have a little gap between me and it, and then make my attack with my new tail.
Are you going to scratch him with your toenail? Are you a velociraptor?
All right, go ahead and make your attack as you whip it around and try and stab it.
He's a were-velociraptor.
That was an interesting.
That's plus.
That would be a very
18,
interesting notion.
18 hits.
Yep.
That's a D12 on that one, isn't it?
Oh,
cool.
A Werasaur.
Yeah. So that is 13 damage.
Do you get to add to that one? I thought it was just the straight die rolls for those. Doesn't it say just roll a D12?
For which one?
I would imagine that'd make his personality very quirky.
No, it's a D12 plus the modifier for. It's dice plus modifier for each of these, because they're natural weapons.
About that.
Yeah. Or I guess I'm also doing. This doesn't do it for me. What is my rage damage? Because that will actually.
Oh yeah,
be
definitely.
Probably 2 at this point.
2,
so
yeah.
15.
So it'd be 15 total.
Nice.
Okay, so yeah, you whip this thing around and just cut a big slash into it, and it. As you're out of range, but.
Oh, and that one's piercing, so it's basically like stabbing into it.
Another
That's
spray of acid. This one only hits you, Hargus, for 1 point of acid damage. You lucky boy, you. And all right, Reth. Jasper's turn. He guys, you're gonna be shocked here. He's gonna shoot an arrow. Earth shattering, I know.
I feel like your RP could use some work. Doesn't sound like him at all.
Guys, I've got a great plan. I'll stand over here and shoot an arrow. You guys distract it. You're doing great.
Gonna shoot an arrow, do 1 damage, and cause all this acid to spill out onto one of us.
Well,
and
no,
do like 10.
Don't worry, I missed. It's fine.
There you go.
You're all safe.
Does he hit the glass relief?
Thankfully, it wasn't that bad. It went in a straight line.
Oh,
the thing was able to move out of the way. If someone starts doing ranged attacks towards the window behind there, that's definitely in danger. All right.
There goes most of the
Very
time.
nice
Meditation.
window.
What was that?
Nobody.
I couldn't hear you.
That's a really nice stained glass window too. So nobody break it.
I worked on it for just dozens and dozens of minutes earlier today, so I.
I'm definitely going to be throwing a dagger at
Die,
that
window.
probably at some point.
All right, Hargus, you're up. What do you want to do, bud? Oh, con save real quick, Hargus.
As for doing the movie theater stuff, we're totally going to push that thing out the window.
7? Okay, you are going to take 3 points of acid damage, and you start coughing.
Oh. It's getting sketchy here. Okay, go ahead and attack.
Okay, go ahead and attack.
13.
13 doesn't hit. You whip at it, and as you're coughing, you just kind of lean forward as it bumps you out of the way a little bit. You gonna stay where you are?
I'm actually gonna do. If I can back out, I'm gonna attempt to back out.
Defensive.
I just realized I think you moved Hargus's figurine instead of
You
Reth's
are
last.
correct. Yep, I
I think
got
Reth's in the
my
center
boys
right.
confused. That's okay. You're both out of the way now. There you go. This is right up there. Both out of the zone now. Okay, yeah, and you kind of back up defensively, but still coughing. It is.
Do I see anybody else that? Well, go ahead. It's not my turn. Go
Okay.
ahead.
It is now the worm's turn. So it's just going to take a little snapper at you, Dakren, since you are the de facto tank. Oh, not Dakren. Darn it, I was doing so well this session, too. Bran, since you are in front of it there, it's going to take a little snap at you with its nasty mandibles. Oh my gosh, that is a terrible roll. It misses as these horrible jaws come trying to grab your head in its toothy mandibles. You're able to just like deflect it to the side with your rapier. And as it's doing that, the back end of this thing whips around at you, Dakren, and you can see these horrible barbed things like bony protrusions coming out of the back of its tail, and it whips over to you, Dakren. That's a lot better. That's a 19 plus, so that will hit.
Yep.
And 5, 7, 8 plus 4. So yeah, another 12 points of piercing damage as this barb just goes and jabs into your side, comes ripping out, and you can feel the skin tear from your side. And you kind of hunch over, and this horrible pulse.
The tail hit me across the face, and I fall to the ground and move
You're
again.
Unconscious?
I'm unconscious, yep. So I'm raising my halberd to hit it, and then it... Oh.
Okay. Well...
I want to go over and jab you in the ribs to wake you up.
Does this help? Does this help you get up?
Not with the
poke
pointy
you
end.
With the pointy side, does it help? All right. That is your turn then. Okay, it hit you. It did that. Yeah, that's pretty much its turn. Okay, so next thing, it's happy where it is. It likes his little acid puddle, so he's gonna like worm around in it happily, singing the song. Dakren. Oh, Dakren, it's your turn.
All right, I will make a death saving throw.
You mean you'll succeed a death saving throw?
Oh,
Long pause.
All right, it's my turn.
Oh,
we never heard it because he cut out.
No, I didn't that. I'm just.
I've been.
You're just not going to tell us.
I've been entertaining.
You don't know. I'm just.
I've been thinking about doing that too, because like, talk about a reduction in metagaming.
I just that makes
so somebody
sense.
has to take their opportunity to like examine you to see if you're breathing heavily or not.
Well, I think if you use a medicine check to stabilize, like either way, you'll probably get an idea for how many they've succeeded, failed. At least what I'm going to do.
How bad?
But yeah,
that actually sounds pretty fun.
You don't know. Sit unconscious. So.
Would the character know if it would be beneficial to give him a healing potion right now?
Yeah, when someone drops like that...
Oh, yeah, no. You'll at least know that. You just don't know if he's dying.
You can see that he's unconscious.
Yeah, you see this horrible spray of blood as this, like, giant, like, bony stinger rips into his torso and pulls out, and it just sprays across the room. Let's see. It is... Father Bell's turn. Father Bell's going to
sacrifice the girl.
Scream out, "I want her unholy energy!" No. He's going to. Well, he tried the last thing; it didn't work. So he's just going to make this thing do another dex save, and bring down another column of radiant energy on it. It rolls a. Oh no! Okay, so it fails. Cool, and it will take some damage. Ooh, dang! A lot of damage. That was a good roll. That's like all sixes. 10, 13. All right. Okay. It's Belle's turn. Bran, you are up. It is.
Oh, it's my turn. I have no ally within 5.
You do not. You do not.
I'm going to yell, "Cowards!" and swap to my. Yeah, I'll do that. I think I need to double check a weapon property really quick. Okay, yeah. So I'm gonna swap over to my short sword and dagger, and then just start going at it on this guy. I'll make 2 attacks.
Okay. Attack.
Waiting for it. Does a 16 hit?
Just hits.
That is 5 plus 2, so 7 damage from my short sword, and then with the dagger. That is an 18 to hit, and 1 damage from the dagger.
So you stab into it, and you feel the rapier dig in deep, or your short sword, dig in.
Short sword, because I have to use light
weapons.
weapons.
Of acid covers your arm for 4 points of acid damage, and as you tear it out, twisting the blade, a little bit more comes, and you come with your last dagger as this thing's right in front of you, and just into the side of its wormy skull, and there's a spray for another 4 points of acid damage, and it.
So every time we hit
it drops at your feet, just bleeding out. That last 1 point was its last HP. Yep.
Oh, really? I finished it with that dagger.
HP. It was literally 1 HP away, and the dagger did it. And you just kind of dig it in on the side, and it's twitching and stuff like that. And as it finally dies, there's one last horrible, and there's a horrible, painful burst of energy. Make a wisdom save for everyone who's up. Everyone except for Dakren. Come on, Jasper.
Come on, plus
15.
1.
Okay.
Come on, -1.
Hey!
Natural 20. I'm so wide.
15.
All right, everybody passes.
I always roll well on my wisdom, even though, unless
So
it's perception.
only 4 points of psychic damage as you just feel this horrible pain go through your brains, and this thing. 4
points?
And it is down. That's very glary. And you've downed it. And it kind of just gooshes out this nasty, noxious fume. You guys step away. Jasper immediately.
I'm going to say.
What are you going to say?
I'm going to say, I told you I was king of the mountain.
Oh!
And just kick it. And then climb back up on the bench. And just doing the whole Viking or Sandman yell.
Dancing.
I waste no time in dealing Dakren a healing potion. I don't want to lose another companion.
Yeah. And Jasper's there administering to him as well. We can see if we can scoot it in. Well, there we go.
The tail immediately goes away.
Zips away.
We're done with that.
And I never noticed.
Yeah.
It's like closing a tape measure. It just goes.
Yep.
Okay, so you got a healing potion, Hargus? Okay. Yeah,
Yes.
you run over to him, and Jasper's there with his hand on this horrible wound in the abdomen, putting pressure on it, and he's just like, "Oh, hurry, he's looking pretty bad. He's looking pretty bad." That was a natural 20 medicine check for Jasper, so you come over and pour the health potion down in there. Why don't you roll that HP? 7? Okay.
It was 7.
Yeah,
7 hit points.
Is a
Nice.
natural 20
Medicine
on
check?
a
Medicine check?
to stabilize give one hit
Not
point
by
or something?
raw.
Not
Yeah,
that
not
I
by
know
of.
raw. He just stabilizes real
It may
good.
have heard that.
But yeah, you come to with that strange herbal taste of red potion being poured down your gullet, and you see the stinking, noxious fumes of this thing kind of rising from the ground all around you. And yeah,
And Branbrook claiming it like a victory prize.
Me and my bad shoulder. I'm so tired of this main thing.
are you all right? That looked pretty nasty. You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. Is it dead?
I think it's dead. Yes, it's still twitching a little bit, but I think that's just like how when you cut a head off a snake.
Mostly dead.
Brand's been stomping on it for a bit now. It appears to be winding down. So
Like stepping on a hose, there is liquid coming out of the various holes that we have created in it.
I cannot fight without a shield. I really need this shield now. This is not for me.
Okay, so
is there a place that can accommodate that sort of thing, or you've had healers.
A place I heard of, but I've been saved up for a while. I don't know. We'll see if I can. I was no use to anyone during this fight. These poor wounds costing me a bit. Sorry, everyone.
Not for nothing. You were a terrific barricade between the horrible monstrosity and myself. I was quite happy and content behind you. So, if that worked out great as far as I'm concerned. I'm just kidding. If you...
Well, I'm glad I could... Well,
I really...
yes.
Done. Yes. You were really in there, getting all that garbage sprayed all over you. That looked terribly
I'm still dancing on it.
All right.
And Reth,
pick up another 5 points of acid damage doing victory stomps on the...
Will do, I'll take it.
Trying to juice...
As your boots match.
Nearly unconscious.
Yeah, trying to juice this worm for all it's worth. But Father Bell kind of looks over at you and he's like, well, the young lady seems to be sleeping. I hesitate to say whether that's good or bad, but by all indications she was under the effects of this thing a great deal longer than you, Dakren. So perhaps come the morning we'll see how she's feeling. Yes. Sadly, we have... I don't know if you're up for doing any more of those today anyway, but such drastically different experiences with the creature. The first was so weak in comparison to that second monstrosity.
Seems to be related to how long it's been festering and maturing in there.
Yes. Or perhaps whatever ritual was done on the poor woman. Perhaps that was the... I don't know. Yes. Oh. Anyway, dreadful business. Would you help me carry her into that room? She can rest there, and we'll see how she is when she wakes up, I guess.
Yeah, I'll just scoop her up.
Thank you very much. All right then. What's the plan now? We stay here, or we? What do you guys want to do?
I'm done for the day. This is.
I have
I've
no
had
skills.
more fights than I expected, and I need to just go in. I think take a long nap.
Are you?
I think we were all per game in this last melee due to our weariness, and we've all taken more wounds than we need to be walking around with.
That's very true.
As a matter of fact, I feel great fortune that we were at Reth today.
Yes, me too.
Yes, you were quite the fearsome warrior, Reth. We're lucky to have you. Is anyone well enough to go maybe just pass by the jewelry shop, see if there are any diamonds? Just for, I don't know, it'd be nice to make sure one of you before we...
What time of the day is it?
It's still afternoon,
at this point
probably.
It's, round 1. That whole thing didn't take terribly long.
By the way, this is the second time Reth pulled us out of the bacon. Out of the fire, excuse me. Pulled our bacon out of the fire.
Our gristle out of the...
Bran...
Go ahead, Bran.
Yeah. I can go. As you look at me, though, I am barely standing on my feet, covered in acid.
I can go, and I have another healing potion. I'll take it up.
I can go with you. I do not know anything about diamonds, but I am not hurt. I'm not fragile like some of you.
Do I look fragile to you?
You look extremely fragile.
You Russians in your backhanded comments.
I'm gonna shake off like a wet dog the acid off of me.
Hey, you weird creatures and your backhanded compliments.
And I will start walking out the door towards the jeweler.
Do we need
Bran,
to...
Where are you off to, Bran? I feel like last time you went off on your own, things got a little weird. Where are you off to?
The jeweler. Isn't that what we just discussed?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Well, then I turn and I start walking out again.
All right, we'll meet you back here then.
I'm going to try to coax him into drinking a healing potion.
Yeah.
If he wants me to continue telling you about sushi and snow cones.
I'll just follow him.
I refuse.
So you three go.
Well, it don't taste bad, laddie.
You three go running off.
Just try it. You might like it.
Like a parent that's trying to give promises a reward the kid doesn't want.
As you guys go running off, Hargus trying to convince Bran of the virtues of fish-flavored healing potions. You guys exit the temple and go in search of the jewelers. Jasper will look over to you, Dakren, and goes, apparently it's just you and me again. Are you, you said you're going back to the hotel? Is that the plan?
Yeah, probably. I don't take baths very often, but this will be the first time I'll be taking two in as many days, because that's a lot of my blood right there.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Father Bell, do you have a healing match?
Yes, certainly. I could have done something for your friends too. They seemed awfully eager to be off, but yes, of course. Here, hold still for just a moment. We'll give you one of these bad boys. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 20 HP. As he puts his hand on your
puts me
shoulder,
back
and
full.
there's this
There you go.
big glow of radiant energy around you. Ah, there you are. Sorry, I wish I could have helped with that a little more during the combat, but I felt it imperative to get the poor young woman out of the range of that creature. She's in a very vulnerable state.
It's okay. Everything was under control, and yeah, I think everybody did what they were best at during that battle.
Quite well. So yes, she looks like she'll be sleeping for quite some time. I know you felt some lethargy afterwards, it seemed, but her exposure to this evil was quite a bit more than your own. So I would not surprise me if she slept soundly through the night. And we'll see what her situation is in the morning, perhaps. I wish we could do the same for the boy as well. Your goal is to take them back to Whitefork to meet their father, you say?
Yeah, I started to kind of remember my interaction with him, and yeah, they're pretty worried about their kids, and so now I remember that I really want to make sure that we cure Jordan as soon as we can. I don't think this is normal date. I don't think he's thinking correctly. So there's no point keeping him imprisoned or interrogating him anymore. It's the worm talking. So hopefully we can get enough diamonds to take care of him as well, and then we can take him tomorrow. Hopefully, as soon as we get the rules done.
I will.
Yeah.
I will stay here, and yes, if anything changes, are you staying at the Heartstone? Is that the Heartstone?
Yeah, I think I still have a room there booked, and I'm gonna stay there for the night, and I'll come back here first thing in the morning. Maybe I'll check on Jordan first thing in the morning, and then I'll come here. So
very good. All right. Well done, Sir Dakren. Good work. And I will see you come tomorrow.
Good work, self. I'm in debt from your curing me of this ailment. I feel much better in many ways now.
I'm glad to hear it. Very well. Come back in the morning. I rest well. You've earned it.
All right. Jasper, are you staying here? Or?
I almost feel like I should, just in case something goes weird. Or, I don't know.
That makes sense. I'll be at the Heartstone if anything happens.
All right. Yeah. And in case the others come back here, I guess I'll wait here as well in case something goes on. I think Father Bell could probably use some help cleaning that thing up. I was spraying you with acid, was it? Acid all over the place.
Yeah, and it was burning my lungs, a lot of acidic vapor of some kind. Luckily, Father Bell cleaned that up for me, but that hurt pretty as well. I walk up and I pick up the cane. I offer it to Jasper, and I'm just like, you seem to enjoy ranged combat. This could be good at beating away things too close, stunning in case you need to break away. No, it's just not my... I can't really wield it with my normal longsword and with my bad shoulder and everything.
You
I don't know.
Explain it a bit to him, and he looks at it and goes, I really have... I don't really do magic. I appreciate the offer, but I don't know what I'd do with it. I could never get the hang.
I mean, you could beat somebody with it.
I'd actually much prefer to stay out of the way. I mean, we've got a few people who like to get into the mix with those nasties, right? So I probably better served to give it to somebody who likes to get up close and personal with those things.
Brambrick sneezes.
Someone doesn't know why, but his nose
really likes to. Yeah, ears are. Yeah, I'll offer Bran.
I appreciate it,
to
but
get into.
It's not.
some magic tricks up his sleeve as well. So, all right then, I'll save it for Bran.
Appreciate it. All right, sir. I'll see you maybe tomorrow then.
Morning.
Okay, so you go off back to the hotel then.
I'll leave.
Yeah, easy enough to get back there.
Yep, go to the Hearth.
Yeah,
relax.
Get your room and go take a nice long bath. The rest of you guys make a quick call it just a we'll just say investigation with advantage, very low DC to find the jewelers. Whoever wants to take the lead on that.
I will not take the lead on that one.
I have a pretty good investigation, so I'll do it. That would be a 17.
What'd you get, Hargus, you rolled too? Okay.
Wait.
I mean,
But I was also enlightening to the introduction of citrus to the dipping sauces. Well, I'll do it. And it was the introduction of citrus into the dipping sauces, which opened up the whole new world of the sushi entrepreneur.
Hargus, have you ever thought about becoming a cook?
No, I'm simply flexing my sophistication.
fancy.
Is that what
I'm opening your eyes, boy, to the world.
I slowly turn to Reth and I just shake my head.
Seems like he knows a lot of ways to ruin fish.
Which opens up in a whole new world of ceviches.
If you're going to eat it raw, just eat it raw. I don't know why you have to roll it.
I don't know.
The bard's been stumped. He now has to find out a new thing.
I guess variety, lad. But truth is, sushi pretty much tastes like raw fish and rice. But anyway.
The world changed.
Well, we're here finally. So
It
I knock
doesn't
on the
take
door.
long. You go up to
Gotta talk about something, right?
walk into.
I can't imagine him walking in silence. That's the problem. The bells on his shoes aren't enough. So
Gonna have to figure out how to get him on more stealth missions.
will this incur perhaps taking the bearings out of my bells? I gotta work on the accent. It's running away from me.
It's a meandering accent. You've traveled so much in your life, you'll not be beholden to one accent.
It's called sophistication.
I've been lots of places.
I am cultured because I have none.
But you guys walk into. It's easy to find a gem shop.
Oh, philosophy.
Yeah.
So the gem shop.
Yeah, pretty obvious. There's a big, gem designed looking sign that's like sparkling in the light. Some sort of sparkly paint or something used on it. This bright iridescence, just kind of sparkling around the sign, a large gem, and you see the lettering over it is Heart of the Mountain. And you guys walk into a very nicely laid out shop. There's gold jewelry in cases and lots of nice displays all over the place, and kind of sitting towards the back of the room at a little elevated desk covered in the front, you see a kind of trending towards middle age, little past older woman, just extremely elaborate pompadour sort of hair sitting up on top, just like a big beehive kind of thing. And as you guys come in, she looks at you all and goes, "Oh my, what's going on here? You're quite the sight, aren't you? What's all this then? What can I do for you? Oh.
Yes, madam.
Yes.
Good.
Is that Reth? Hello, Reth. How are you?
You have
You've
diamonds.
tried to avoid this woman at all costs. She'll like she's.
I think he's trying to avoid most of this town, and I'm starting to see why.
You'll be like in a market, trying to buy some produce or something. You'll be like they're just like I just want like one bag of potatoes, and she'll like beeline from across the square towards you, just Reth, darling, ooh. And she's. So what brings you into my little shop, Reth, my sweet boy?
I mean, him knowing that, does he actually willingly walk inside this shop?
Reluctantly.
I mean, I would.
What can I do for you, Reth?
Because I'm worried about what you're going to do.
What
Probably.
can I get for you?
It's too
It's
late
like you
now.
might die in here. You don't know. What if a shelf falls over? You'll die. We're looking for diamonds.
Ooh. Is it going to be my lucky day, Reth? Are you finally going to make me an honest woman? Hmm?
Nothing could make you honest, but we're looking for diamonds all the same.
Had you big scamp. I just love you so. Diamonds. Oh, diamonds.
I just kind of pick up Brandrak and set him closer to her than me.
Oh, adorable.
I don't resist. I'm mildly confused. As I
I
don't
feel
know
like we may
what
be
they're
talking to some of
talking
the
about.
furniture from Lady in
Oh,
the
adorable. Oh.
Bee
Hello,
and the Beast.
Master. Hello, Master Dwarf. Well, you would have a discerning eye. I don't have any diamonds, of course. We've been out for some time. But we have a lovely selection of sapphires and rubies, carnelians, tourmalines, various types of jade, should you wish it. Many opals. Any sort of thing you want for that special...
I walk out the door.
Yeah.
Reth!
Um,
Reth, my dear!
I specifically need diamonds for the magical components.
Oh.
So if you don't have any, could you potentially direct us to a place that could supply us with such or otherwise?
And you can see she's got this kind of like vexed look on her face, and she's like, diamonds, it's all anybody asks for is diamonds. Listen, all the diamonds were bought out some time ago, and I haven't been able to procure any new ones since. They are, after all, quite rare. So, no, I'm sorry, there are no diamonds here. And as far as I know, I'm the most esteemed gem and jewelry shop in town, so I don't know where you would get it from after that at all. And she kind of,
Well, I assume if you're the most esteemed shop, you're the one that got bought out first. So most likely they overlooked some nobody shop. So I'll go try there.
Make a
Day.
persuasion check real quick.
Oh man, low blow. Love it.
Persuasion is something I'm good at too, but I rolled. It was almost a 19. But you know how the 3, the 1, and the 4 are kind of right next to the 19?
3.
I rolled a 3.
Okay,
Yeah.
she like looks
So
at it.
7 total.
Yes, well, those other paltry little squalid places certainly wouldn't have anything anywhere near on par with what I carry. And if they had any diamonds at all, as opposed to just some paltry quartzes cut into fancy shapes, then they would have been sold out far before I would have.
Well, I am a dwarf. I think I'll be able to tell the difference.
I might know somebody who's purchased.
I'll drop a platinum on the ground by mistake and then pick it up.
Yes, well, perhaps if
And then start to
perhaps
walk
if Reth
out.
wanted to buy a lady a drink.
The Reth's already outside
No.
the door. He left before I did.
I imagine I'm just holding the chest outside, just like leaning against the
No,
building,
if you
just
don't
like,
want to know,
why?
I think there's only one person in town who wouldn't have sold his diamonds, if he had any, to Mr. Galen or his
I've already
agents.
left.
Anyway. Okay, you guys leave.
I mean, Hargus is still in there.
It's up
So
to
he
the
would've
bard
heard
at this point.
Well,
Not buying.
Your very rude friends have
let
left.
me make
so...
friends. Let me. Oh wait a minute! I can't cast it. I was going to try throwing. Oh wait a minute! No, it's a cantrip. Can I throw cantrips?
Just
You
so you're aware.
can, but
Just so you
friends...
remember.
Friends, they
The
do
enemy's
know
cantrip.
after the spell expires that you
Yeah.
casted it on them.
The enemy's cantrip.
Yeah.
Are you
It's
saying I'll have to
useful when you don't want to maintain relationships, which in this case might still be valid.
She looks a bit put out.
Of course, false flattery for some people is all
she
they
looks a
want.
bit put out as they walk out. Just, all right.
True.
All right.
Hey, my dearest madam, you obviously don't sense the culture and your reserve as I do. Could you not perhaps talk about this for a moment? I would dearly love to discuss it over a cup.
Indeed. Finally, a gentleman. Very well. So,
Oh, my deepest
Sloppy seconds, gentlemen.
bow.
I mean, thirds at this point.
where should we meet then?
Oh, I will leave myself completing in your hands. I mean, you do know this area well. Please be my guide, for I've only been here the once.
Leave myself completely in your
Make
delicate
a
hands.
persuasion check.
Please
Make a
guide
persuasion
me.
check, Bard. Hargus the Bard.
Oh, how fine and delicate your hands are. Surely you don't work tools
Make a
yourself.
persuasion check, Bard.
14, and I guess I get a 2. Oh, no, I get my charm, so 17.
All right.
Nice.
She kind of considers and goes, very well. Tell you
What is
what.
it?
Let's you and I meet.
I think it's charm.
Let's you and I
I
meet
used
at the
wrong
hot
word
stone
here.
for dinner and a drink. And that will give you plenty of time to go over to the ice house and talk to them. The only one I know in town who would never sell or do anything for Galen or his men is Helmar. He's the owner of the ice house. If you wish, you could go ask him. Perhaps he has some leftovers. He uses gems, the less refined gems, the rough cut, that sort of thing, inferior quality and such. But he uses them for his own little art projects. So.
Oh, my lady, what a flower round of culture and beauty.
Very well. I'll see you at the ice house tonight then. What time shall we say?
As the sun
Excellent.
sets,
How romantic.
the time of romance.
Okay. So yeah, you basically know the she's saying, everyone else in town would have had their stuff bought out. It sounds like Galen was sending out people to buy out any diamonds that he could. One person who might have some left over is Helmar, the owner of the ice house.
Sounds like you might wear more than one hat.
Helmar? Maybe.
Yes. Well, I'll rush to catch up with my friends, and I'll fill them in on what she said.
So you guys want to head over to the ice house then?
Oh.
Okay.
Yes.
So yeah, you guys ask for directions. It turns out the ice house is actually
You sure you couldn't tell you about ceviche?
Me and Reth are sitting out there, just kind of silent, just kind of watching the thoroughfare. And just before you come out, I'm like, so is she? That's as far as I get, and then you cut me off by coming out.
Almost.
You guys head off to the ice house, and it's this kind of rundown from the outside. It looks like one of the older buildings towards the port, that area where you guys first entered from the port, past the more kind of ramshackle houses and stuff. And as you get to the ice house, it's they're on kind of that northern portion of the aisle that leads east-west from the lake, and sandwiched between other shops, you see one there. It's got this little small sign out front with a big circle of white around the bottom of it. Looks like, and then this tiny little, looks like an outhouse, parked on the white, like a little tiny house on ice is the sign on front of this thing. and you guys walk into it and look around. It's got the deck of or not the deck, the bottom part of a long canoe as the bar top, like the flat bar top there. It kind of slopes over, and there's a few burly guys sitting around there, just taking big pulls off of some big frothy beers, and I guess make a perception check as you walk in.
All of us,
I mean,
or
if you're all
just
walking
him?
in, yeah.
I will just let my passive perception do the talking.
That's a 9.
Yeah.
Which is
You,
lower than my
You
passive
see the guys
perception.
drinking beer.
That is my passive
You both
perception.
are like, beer. And you kind of walk up to the bar and, like, pull up a stool and sit down.
No,
Or,
wait. I'm
you don't have to drink
that
the
doesn't
beer. You
drink.
can sit there. What about you, Hargus?
I'm a dwarf.
Beer, then talk.
What'd you get for the
And deck.
18?
Oh, 18.
So you walk in, you see this. Yeah, you see
He's
that
looking for
layout there,
something.
looking around. And towards the back of it, near one of the windows there, with the light coming in from the window there you see a big human guy sitting there with his sleeve rolled up, and crouched over him is a burly form, thick burly. You see a massive white braid coming over the shoulders and like thrown behind his back as he's like leaning over, and you just see this massive thick kind of dwarven figure there, and he's got this guy's arm pinned like on the table, and he's sitting there with this long like piece of metal, and then he's got a little tiny hammer on top of it, and he's like tapping on this guy, and the guy on the table is going like, ow, and he's like kind of working. He's like, hold still here, old baby, stop whining, you're almost done. And he's tapping away at it. This guy's just like,
Ooh, I klagen mig Hacklex. And I don't remember what that means. I wrote it down and I was like, I'm going to use that. No, I don't remember.
Well, you did use
it.
it.
True enough.
It may have had to do with dry cod, which was my next argument for dicks and why we need sushi. But anyway.
But yeah.
So you say the guy's a dwarf?
Old dwarf, big white beard, elaborate braids, and he's got him like thrown over his shoulder right now to get him out of his line of sight, apparently, as he's hunkered over this guy's arm, just kind of like,
oh, I don't. Is he giving a tattoo or is he arm wrestling?
Yeah, you can see now as you look over, he's got this long needle and he's tapping on it, and then he'll look at it for a bit, and he looks over to his left where he's got this, looks like a fishing toolbox kind of thing opened up, and he looks in there and he dips it into one of these numerous little cups that are lined up there, and each of these cups has this iridescent, brightly colored liquid in it, maybe, and he like dabs it in there and comes back over and just starts tapping away at there, and the guy's like, and he's like, right, hold on, you're almost done. And as you go look at it, it's a tattoo of this massive crab figure. It's like got brilliant iridescent blue all over it, and then white going down kind of the under part of it, and the white parts have this kind of opalescent sheen to it, and the blue is just this vibrant sky blue, and it looks just really eye-popping and impressive there. And he kind of looks up and he goes like, hey, hello there, what can I do for you?
He's looking away from his work while he's working on him.
And he looks back down.
Oh, gosh.
Hey, we were told to look for Helmar, who just might be the man of specialty.
What do you want with Helmar?
We heard he might have a hoard that he might be willing to part with. Of diamonds.
Yeah. One of those fellas who's just giving away diamonds. Ah, yeah, heard of them. Yeah, they're great friends of the mountain. Those.
I'm sure he's as willing to give away his diamonds as you are those beautiful pieces of art you're tapping out there.
Don't give these away. These are rather expensive for those who can afford them.
I would imagine you would have to earn those in more than one way, if I guess my right.
You just give me money and then I give you a tattoo.
Or you just selling them to those who don't claim warriorhood.
That's exactly correct. Yes. He's a fisherman. He wanted a crab so that he could do tattoo battles with his mates. So
I'm a fisherman, man, no problem catching crabs.
I see what you did there. That's not bad.
It was the beer.
No, so it's a it's a pastime with the men. If you want a tattoo with, you can do tattoo battles with your friends, lose some money, that sort of thing. Magical tattoos. If you want that, that's on the table. So I charge for them though; they're not free.
Oh my gosh, this is such a wonderful way to squander my money.
Free.
Well, you got 200 plat. Feel free to use it.
I have an eternal battle.
Well, if you got money to squander, it'll be 50 gold for this size there. And he kind of points to his forearm, and it's like this forearm size tattoo.
Well, let me tend to my beer and my business, and I'll get back with you.
Fair enough. And he kind of whistles.
Could you point me towards this man, Helmar?
Helmar, you daft old man. I was being sarcastic.
I'm
Helmar. I'm just saying, what kind of a fool do you think gives away his diamonds? That doesn't make any sense.
Well, I have a story, but it's a long one.
Okay.
And I will leave the sushi out of it.
Listen.
The second he starts saying, I have a story, but it's a long one, Brenbreck does like a pivot and starts walking away.
He's like...
And that's when he gets the hand. And I'll leave the sushi out of it.
I appreciate a good story, but I sell beer. I sell tattoos. Would you like to buy something? Or...
well, can we start with the beer? And I'll negotiate the tattoo later.
And he says, what are you looking...
I'll give him a synopsis. And well, of course, I'm not near as eloquent as my character.
Make a persuasion check as you...
We got a storm going on here.
Make a persuasion check as you give him the whole sob story about why you need diamond dust.
Well, do I get my charisma bonus to that?
Your persuasion.
So 18.
Okay, yeah, you probably get to add your proficiency to that too, I would imagine.
Performance?
18, okay. So 20.
So yeah, you go through the whole story, and
what?
he's like, I heard about them boys coming back from the caves, and some kind of nightmare going around there. So you need the diamond dust so the father can do this ritual then, huh?
Yeah. It's more than that. As we investigated and as we freed ourselves, we discovered this goes deeper than any of us anybody apparently here in the village wants to believe. Even some of my companions have been contaminated by sickly, I hate to call it a worm, but these sickly devil worms.
Right. Okay, listen.
That was a big one. I know, right?
They have worms. That's just...
That sounds bad.
Well, keep in mind, we just filled him in with a big, long story of this battle we had with this horse-sized slime worm that was spewing acid everywhere. So when I say worm, he has it in context. And keep in mind that some of us are still drenched in the crap.
Like, distastefully looking at it, he's like, all right. Oh, listen. Haven't been able to get my hands on much in the way of diamonds, but I don't use it that often for tattoos anyway. It's a very specific silvery color, than most guys want more of a bright. So listen, I got some diamond dust. Yeah, I can give it to you. I use it for the rare gems is what makes up the tattoos anyway. So, yeah, I got some. And he kind of looks over through another chest he pulls out, and he starts looking through. And he's like, listen, I've got. I rolled to see how much he would have. I've got 111 gold worth of diamond dust. So yeah, you're welcome to it.
Person.
I'll give you 111, and I'll buy everybody in here a drink.
Fair enough. I think just the 111 is probably fine.
And I'll owe you.
And you've paid me. I don't know what you'd owed me, but I appreciate the sentiment, though. I'll take a favor.
Favors are much more valuable than gold, and you know that as well as I do.
Finishing up, and he's kind of wiping the guy's arm away, and then he goes, "All right, there, bucko. That looks like you're good to go." And then he puts his hand on top of it, and you close his eyes, and he like. And there's like a flash of kind of a arcane bluish energy around it, and the guy looks at it and he's like, great, thank you. I'm gonna go do a battle with my mates, so hey, high five. And he's like, all right, have fun. And you see him kind of walk away over to the side, and then like sit down at a small table. And he like puts his hand on this white sheet that the other guy rolls out in front of him. He's like, 5 gold. 5 gold, I get this one. And he's like, all right. And as they're both put their hands on the table, you see they both got tattoos. He's got this new crab one that he did, and the other guy has this like giant bear on his arm. And both of the tattoos like move off their arms onto this white sheet that's spread over the table, and they start just tearing into each other, the tattoos, and like ink blood sprays over the white sheet. And eventually the bear guy that's on the sheet just like smacks off one of the legs of this crab, and the crab goes like silently falls over on the sheet of paper like it's like animated. And the guy who just got the crab tattoo goes, oh man, gosh, yeah, fine, all right here, and pays it over. And the tattoo like comes back onto his arm and settles in place on his arm. And the other guy looks at him and goes, it's all right. I've been playing these things for a long time, so it's not surprising that I beat you your first time. You will improve. Don't worry. And yeah, so it seems like this magical tattoos can fight each other if you're interested in that kind of thing. Is everyone frozen? Oh no. Come on. Gee.
I'm not interested in that kind of thing.
Okay.
Is there anybody with a magical tattoo that just really does not make sense? Like it's a smiley face or something?
I'll buy one for my companions too.
There's one somewhere.
You buy what for your companions?
You want a tattoo? I'm buying.
Oh, no.
I've got all this platinum and gold in my pocket.
Burning a hole in your pocket.
You said there was 1,000 platinum, right?
100 platinum, which translates to...
No, 100 platinum.
Gold.
Oh, 1,000... it's 100 platinum.
Gold. Yep.
1,000 gold, so 200 gold each. Okay.
Well, I'll go ahead and buy what he has.
Okay.
And I don't know what the math is on buying everybody a beer, so
negligible,
but I'd do it.
Just take off a gold for the room, and so 111 for all of his diamond dust in there. So, but yeah, you get the diamond dust and head on back, and yeah, you guys can return to town and take your. I guess the rest of the evening's up to you.
You're gonna go get a tattoo.
Okay, all right. So, Bran and
I'm a bit on the tired side, but more beers will help.
Reth, are you guys staying there? Or are you heading back to town, or what are you guys doing?
We could head back. Did you give us the diamond dust, or did you just...
No, I wouldn't take it with me, and I'm not going to take all that money with me either. So
I imagine I still have the chest.
Yeah, That's what I was
that
thinking.
has
yeah.
all of it.
You probably wouldn't leave it somewhere. Yeah.
Just kind of carrying it around with me. No.
I mean,
So,
we could have
yeah, I'll
just
take that.
divvied up the 200 gold to each of us
Yeah.
already.
Yeah, you guys could do that. So yeah.
And then you're not carrying around a chest.
Well, fine.
I mean, you could still be
we
carrying
actually
around the
have-
chest
It's a
and
nice
it could be
chest.
empty.
We have an additional 300 gold that you haven't divided up yet. If you're dividing it up, so
I never
essentially
knew.
we have 1,300 gold.
Game-wise, Brandberg never knew about the gem chest that you had.
Oh, that's a shame. So as far as he knows, I'm just being generous.
Yeah, if you want, you could have sold because a lot of that was in random gems and pieces of jewelry. You could have sold that to
And you were the only one to really talk to her.
to Glenda back there.
Everyone's
I
just
didn't even
looked
get
right
her
at my-
name.
Nope.
So if you want, you could say if you
Didn't
want,
need
you could say
that.
you sold all that stuff to her if you wanted, Hargus, just for sake of brevity.
Well, I got to see her tonight anyway, after I get my tattoo. So
Okay,
I'll do it then.
So yeah, you can add that to yours then because
just go
I
ahead
never
and-
knew
just go
about
ahead
it.
and add the gold value to that. That's fine.
I only took the 200 from the gold from the chest or in plat,
Yeah.
the 20 platinum, and then left with it because it was pretty easy to grab a handful of it and leave.
All right. What kind of tattoo are you getting, Hargus?
Is it a tart in a feather?
No, of course it's going to be serpents or dragons on the
Very good.
forearms. Something that will catch the
Oh,
light
sure.
because
Is it Trogdor?
I don't know how much y'all know about. Well, how do I put it? No place else in my travels have I ever seen such vibrant and tattoos in color. I would pay it whether they were magical or not, because no place are you going to get
That's a family
tattoos
secret.
like
That's
that.
why. No
At
one
at least
else.
so far.
We invented it, so there's no chance that you've seen it anywhere else unless you've seen one of my brothers around with it. They know it too. So, but yeah, we can give it to you. You want one of the magical ones for the battles, right?
I care not about the magic of the battles. That I'm an entertainer, but if you can make them dance when I play, I will pay.
Sure.
Ooh,
He just wants a butterfly on
That
his
could
lower
be
back.
arranged.
That's
Yeah, we could do that.
he
can't
wants a
hear
tramp
that.
stamp. A butterfly tramp
Oh,
stamp
don't
on our
get it.
skinny,
let it
scaly
go
bar.
further way past it. Yes, I would have one just like every other one.
Well, I could do that. 50 gold, same price.
Oh gosh.
All right, and
50 gold.
going for the snakes or the dragon, or what are you going for here?
for the
Dragon.
Dragons,
All right.
of
I
course.
can do one
Butterfly.
kind of swirling around the arm, that sort of thing.
Dragonfly.
No dragon and the butterfly.
You want one of the sinuous ones, or what are you going for? Like dragon.
Sinuous, that would be
All right,
dancing.
all right.
Yes. Entwined around my
blue,
arms. Disappearing up my
red, what are
sleeve.
you going for?
Can you do a fade?
From green to blue to red? Sure, why
right.
not? We'll start
Yeah, why
with
not?
green at the back and we'll work forward to red flames at the front. How about that? Okay, right arm
Sure.
and left.
Oh, I want one on
Yeah,
both
yeah,
arms.
That's going to be a bit more expensive. That's 50 gold each.
I can't stand having
All right,
money in my
fair
pocket,
enough.
so
Let's get to work.
Oh gosh, that's his flaw.
Let's get to work.
We cannot have him the treasurer.
no, wait a minute. I actually have money in my pocket before the money I have, and I'm just carrying my own money. I'm not carrying
Okay.
y'all's money.
No, I'm
okay.
just saying we can't make you the treasurer. That was me talking, not the as a player. His flaw is dangerous.
So yeah,
We need this money to save the children. Let's get tattoos.
We need this money to save the children. Let's get tattoos.
And
one kid.
tattoos.
Yeah, he starts working on.
I like the way this is
It's just
developing.
one kid's worth of tattoos. Don't worry about it.
This kid doesn't matter. I mean, he already
Guys-
attacked
guys-
us once. He
Yeah.
lost privileges.
He didn't have
They're
a
young.
future.
What interesting memories could they
good
have
to me.
anywhere? You know, I mean, they're just not.
Yeah.
He can't be losing much. So he starts working on these
man.
100 gold.
So 100
for
gold.
two dragons. Yeah, going from the wrist all the way up to the bicep. These swirling masterpieces of iridescent red and green and blue, just shifting in the light in amazing ways. And when he's finally done, he imbues each one with this illusion magic that allows you to have them shift and move on your arm. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Yeah, so you can move them around.
Well, I give him 150 gold.
All right, much appreciated. Come back any time and we'll give you.
Be sure to tell everybody I drank that much in
Absolutely
beer.
will. Hargus, the bard, prince among men.
Ah, my legend
Indeed,
grows.
indeed.
Not in a throat way.
Now I'm off to see a lady.
Good luck with that.
Lady.
Okay.
That has a skirt, you can flirt.
All right, so you head on back to
All
town.
right, that's my.
Anything else you guys want to do before the evening is concluded, or you guys just want to all hit the sack and call it a day?
I assume that we just go to bed and take a rest. The first long rest that we've had in
It's
like
been
2 sessions.
It's been quite the couple of yeah.
More than that.
Hasn't it
Three.
been more than
Yeah,
that?
it's-
The last
think
long rest
3,
I
something like
remember
that.
was me getting drugged underneath a castle and rituals trying to be performed on
yeah,
me.
the last rest.
That was it.
Yeah, I don't get that sleeping on that stone floor in a hard cave floor in a besieged cave
Yeah.
really counts,
Yeah, it was
does it?
pretty rough, but actually, again, that dwarven Tookus came into play once again. And one thing about the knockout drug, apparently it was whatever it was, it gave a deep sleep. So he was able to get a long rest despite having been knocked out because of it.
When I do get in, if there is anybody that's still awake, I will play at the end, and I can play my song of rest, which will gives them a bonus to their healing and everything.
Yeah, you're there playing.
And then I will pass out face down
They're
on the
playing
bed.
and getting free drinks through the night. As the sun sets, you see an elaborately dressed up woman who's newly familiar to you walk in and start making eyes at you on the stage, and she is eventually just a relentless flirt and trying to chat you up the whole evening.
Well, I'll sing her an ancient song of love about cherries with no pits, cherries with no stones.
So
Yeah.
we'll fade to cherry blossoms raining down.
Nick's abandoned us all.
He's just like too much. Yeah.
Too
So
much
you guys all go to your respective beds and get yourself a long rest, or what? Yeah.
Of course, I'm
Yeah, I was just doing a long rest. How much for the stay?
I think it was 1 gold a night. Yeah, 1 gold a night. So. Yep.
Oof.
It is a very
Expensive
expensive place.
place.
It's very nice, very fancy.
Is that for
Yeah,
the
that's
Heart
the
Zone
Hearthstone.
as well?
Yeah. You're all staying at the Hearthstone, I believe.
Okay.
Well, I have 2 healing potions left. I consumed one of them,
And gave one to
and
Dakren.
and Brandrick did the other one. Yeah.
Oh,
Or
I
what?
never,
Yeah.
I never took your healing
No,
potion.
I'm sorry, Dakren. Dakren took it.
And
But Brandrick, I still have 2 left if you want
from
one.
the...
Oh, I'm good. I mean, we're about to take a long rest, and I have healing potions as well. So.
All right. You've got healing
All
potions
right.
too.
I never used any.
Okay, cool. Lucky duck. All right. All right. Yes, you guys.
I have refrained from using them the whole
It's a
time.
bold move, Cotton, and apparently it paid off. So, all right. Yeah, you guys go to bed. Have a well-deserved long rest, and are able to go through the night. Dakren, you're hit by like a barrage of dreams as you sleep. It is restful, but it is active in your dreaming cycle. You're just going through this constant shifting imagery of one place or another throughout your journey, going from White Fork all the way up here, and kind of getting back all these flashes of the journey and the moving along. You see how you are back at the Tipsy Trencher, talking to the old dwarf who runs the place, kind of getting the information, and then you're meeting back there, and you're gathering with a halfling and a dwarf and this human, all sitting around the table planning this thing out, and all kind of like nodding, shaking your heads, and then you guys start on the journey northward. The 4 of you, and going higher and in the mountains, up the winding trails that lead up to Galen Falls, and then it's about halfway up there one night that you kind of get this vision of the 4 of you, Chester, Hargus, Bran, and yourself sitting around the fire, and in the midst of that, suddenly walking past you on the edge of it, you see a little gnome kind of look over at you guys and like wave, and you guys all just start talking to each other. It seems like a random chance encounter with this other person who seemed to be going kind of your same direction, and then you travel the rest of the way together with Jasper in tow, and yeah, just kind of get the whole piecemeal sort of thing going, frame by frame as you guys go, and yeah, you wake up with all your memories intact and restored to you. If somewhat foggy in places during this time that you've lost, it's like looking through it through, a gauze or something. There's just kind of this haze over it. The rest of you, well, I guess we don't have decks if we lost Reth, but the rest of us get to make wisdom saving throws. And I don't know if you guys have been
I'd be right back.
I spend a lot of time just like sitting on the edge of my bed in the
Parsing
morning
through.
and just like looking at the
Oh
window.
gosh. Hey, well, Jasper got a 3, so. Bran?
Oh no!
11.
11.
Well, you guys wake up and you feel this fuzziness in your mind. You recall a time when you were traveling south from Vardale, Hargus, where you had been moving with a small group of people in a trade caravan, trying to make your way towards White Fork. And they were a fun group, some big traveling families that all kind of made the trip back and forth from Vardale to some of the more large southern cities to do the trade routes there. And you recall this time where one evening you were all sitting around the campfire and you were playing as usual, playing your harp, and this young boy had picked up a harmonica and started playing with you, and the whole campfire was all around in a circle, like clapping and singing along with you as you're playing. And it was just a really great memory, a really fun time. And as you wake up in the morning, you feel that memory just kind of dissolve and go away, and you forget it. And your memory loss now extends to a time a little bit after you had left Vardale, so you have lost like another week of memory. Bran, you had the same sort of thing of time sitting around in White Fork, hanging out at the Tipsy Trencher, which was just a general fun place to go and hang out with other guys from the war that you got along with, and this one particular game of darts where you're sitting there, just had a great night where you're hitting everything spot on, just winning frothy juice after frothy juice that you that you passed off to other people and drank the non-alcoholic ones yourself, and a particular young lady who was very impressed and was just very invested in you that evening, and how wonderful that evening was and how great it ended. But as you wake up, you feel like you just slowly lose the memory of her face, and slowly lose the memory of winning that night, and slowly lose another week of your memory from that time.
I will say that's probably best forgotten. I don't want to explain that one to my family.
Reth, make a wisdom saving throw. Uh-oh, we lost him. Oh.
The natural one if I've ever seen it.
Are you still there, Reth, or did we lose you? Hey. So as you went to sleep and took your long rest, Reth, you wake up in the morning. Why don't you make a wisdom saving throw? A 1.
That's a 1.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, man.
You remember this time where you were stalking a particularly large stag through the mountains, and you had chased him over a very long, protracted kind of hunt, and got him finally up into this ridgeline area right at the peak of a mountain as it was trying to go from one side of a range to another, and you were able to catch it just as it was coming to the ridgeline, and just perfect shot, downed immediately. And as you walked up there to grab your kill, you saw it there, just still in the light snow on the ground, with this amazing sunrise coming just over the horizon, just this dazzling, brilliant sunrise. And as you wake up in the morning, just this moment of calm and peace and triumph, you feel that memory just start to dissipate and go away, and you lose a week's worth of memory. So,
Yikes.
but yeah, that
Blind leading the blind here, aren't
you
we?
guys wake to in the morning. And the day is yours.
Your first mistake was thinking that I was leading.
I imagine I probably went back to
Yeah,
my place
I
to
figured.
sleep and coming back to meet
You
up
wake
with
up
them.
and you've got this loss
in the
now,
morning.
this very pronounced loss of time. You remember the time after being woken up, and all of you do. You remember the time like from when you woke up in the pods till now, but it's being erased backwards from the point where you were implanted with this worm. So it's attacking your long-term memories that you'd made in the past first. So what would you guys like to do?
I'm gonna go to Brick's room and just knock on the door.
How much time? Oh, go ahead.
I come pretty late. I slept into, or at least I sat in bed for a long time thinking. So it's sleep late.
I still am.
All right, I'll go eat breakfast and then check again.
How much time do you have?
The door is open, more or less, which is why you can hear the snoring.
Door ajar.
Yeah.
Wow.
So
I'd have
how much
woken up
time
really
do
early,
we have
probably.
to we have enough
How
for
much diamond dust?
everybody?
No. You've
What?
Do we have enough
no.
components
You
for
got
everybody now?
you got an extra.
For what?
Yeah,
Only
you got
enough for one.
261 gold worth. I'm sorry, 161 worth of diamond dust now. So you have enough for one more person.
And the diamonds that in that pouch were worth
You had
how
50
much?
left over, and then you were able to get 111.
Okay, so if we could get those.
So you got a total
Okay.
of
Right.
200, or I keep saying 2. You got a total of 161 in diamonds.
Okay.
All right.
I open Brandbrick's door and look in. Are you
There's a bundle
Brandbrick?
on the bed, and you hear snoring.
I just like close the door and go. Leave.
Okay.
Dakren's just like, too many bad surprises on this journey so far. don't wanna tempt fate.
At least he's like not captured and tied to a sacrificial altar again. I guess wait for everybody downstairs then.
Okay.
Technically, I never told you guys I ever got captured or tied to an altar. You just found me
Running
in
up
the
the stairs.
house. Yeah.
We'll have to play back the tape
Well,
on that one. I forget exactly what you said when you met him.
I told them that there's a ritual going on downstairs and that we had to come down and take care of it. I kind of just acted like nothing had
Brand's like, I
happened.
totally solved the case, guys. I figured it all out on my own, and nothing bad happened in between.
I'm contemplating taking the lucky feat just because of thematic reasons, never to use it. Because that
Tell
is
us
what
all this while you were dressed in a princess dyed bikini with padded cuffs on.
The only thing worse than taking the lucky feat, taking it and then never using it.
Because I'm just that lucky.
Oh, all right, so
Thinking
we
about
wait for
it.
everyone downstairs.
Well, do you come down eventually, Brandbrick?
Eventually, I'll wake up and then I leave the room, come down, not aware what time it is, but it's time for food, and I eat, and I assume that you'll catch me at that point because I make some noise when I leave, I guess. Our
Okay.
rooms probably aren't
Well,
far apart.
I'm probably eating as well, so like you come down and I'll hold up the cane walking stick and say, Bren, I got a toy for you. Might help in your battle skills. I just hold it out to you.
Do I know if this is a finesse type of weapon?
Yeah, it's light enough that you could use it as such. We'll call it versatile, I guess.
Versatile or finesse?
Finesse, yeah, finesse, not versatile. Yeah, yeah. It's not a two-handed weapon, but it's just a thin kind of walking cane. So yeah, it is definitely finesse. It's a light finesse, sure.
So it's a finesse weapon.
Bludgeoning?
That's bludgeoning?
Such thing as that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a club, so.
It's a refined instrument.
I'm just
of
wondering
battle.
because that makes a big difference of whether or not I can make use of it. Because I was just going to say that I'm pretty sure this is something I can't use.
I mean, as far as I'm concerned, if you guys want to change it later, you can change it later. But
well, I was thinking you could whack buddy with it.
I'd be fine with it.
And give him the old.
I'd be fine
stunned.
with it being
What do you
used
think?
in that sense as part of two-weapon fighting because it is just a thin, light cane. So, an old man used it to walk around with. It's not a big, heavy club.
That makes sense.
Okay. Yeah.
Like slapping somebody
Yeah,
deftly with a ruler.
Well, if you've ever seen those,
See, whack them with the cane, and then stab them when they're stunned. What do you think, Brandbeck? Give it a try. See what you think. If it's not for you, that's fine, but it's definitely not for me. That's what I tell.
I mean, sure. I mean, we could always sell it for gold.
it's true.
True as well. I mean, if you don't want it, we can.
I don't have a particular need for it, but I don't mind using it. It's doesn't fit my training, but I can definitely make use of it.
Give it a shot. Try it out a couple times, and it might be. It might be pretty useful.
So
you
have to send me those stats for that, but I'll add it to my inventory.
A little write-up.
Okay. But so I'll just fiddle with it, flip it around a bit, and kind of. I'll try to sheath it, and then realize that just feels awkward, and. I'm like, you know how sometimes you hand a kid or you can hand somebody a cane and they don't really know how they're supposed to be at rest with it? That's Brandbreck right now.
What do I do with my hands?
Yeah, he's like, do I hold it? Do I put it off to the side? Or it just doesn't know. Eventually, he just slings it on his back.
That works too.
Did you say that we each 200 gold pieces?
We should each have 200 gold pieces from that.
All right, I'll just mark that. I also realized that at some point I'd probably sell these rings, 2 necklaces that I found in that box by the shore.
Oh.
So
I don't even remember that.
I mean, I'd ask around to see if anybody recognizes them or something. If they're like,
well, there's
there's
one jewelry vendor in town that you're familiar with.
I don't think
Oh, that's right. You didn't go. That's right.
He's not.
I'll go.
Oh, man.
He's not. But if he talks at the table and says, "Hey, do you guys know where a jewelry shop is?" I'll be like, "Yeah, I know a place."
Yeah, you should definitely go.
They may have ruined it for other men, though.
She's
not sure what that means, but okay.
That is more information than is necessary.
Yeah. Here, just go to this place.
That reminds me, Bran. Did you send that lass the other night? Was that
what
you?
lass?
Lass came my door the other night.
Oh, really? It sounds like you're a popular man.
Yeah, nobody else knows me in this town. I know it was you.
I mean, I'll take the compliment for gifting you.
I'm just wondering if that sort of thing you to pay back on, or...
I mean, why would you pay me for something I didn't do?
You're impossible, and I just stand up.
And I'm just grinning the whole time. Like
Reth
the
is
guilty
gonna look
grin.
over. He's just like, why would he pay you for something you didn't do? This does not make sense.
I know, right?
Why would you have to pay at all?
Speaking of which,
why would you have to pay at all? And then I just turn. I'm like, some people prefer quality over.
Not all.
That's what I've always found when I'm paying for it. Quality.
Did you go to bed alone last night, Hargus, or did you? You did?
I did.
Or was there a certain jewel shop that you went and visited?
Okay. All right.
Yes. And if you want me to roll for my acting, I do have the acting proficiency. I gave her as grand a performance as I ever gave in any hall in the world. And then I bade my good night, breaking hearts and leaving smiles.
This will be a persuasion for the opposite of what is stereotypically a bard persuasion. So let's see if you can persuade her to go home.
Oh, Glenda's gonna hate everybody.
It's
what did I wait for that? I mean, I have.
Don't worry. Our plan is to drop her off on Jasper.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Oh. I need like a scan camera 18? Or some 18 without my
eventually
bonuses.
Through a string of just over-the-top compliments and flowery words, you manage to convey to her that you don't want to rush this. It could be something special, and you don't want to ruin it with one careless night of passion. But on the morrow, maybe we will meet again, and we can continue this grand romance.
Look to the east.
I won't be there. Yes. You twirl them, dip them, and say goodnight.
Yours is a itinerant life, one of ill comfort and harsh conditions, and she deserves so much more. You don't know if you're worthy of her, but maybe one day.
Well, Maggie, I didn't want to break it to you like this, but I'm a spy, and I have to leave now.
Yes.
I changed your name to protect your...
My name is Bob.
I changed your name to protect my identity.
With a lingering brush of your lips against her cheek, she happily goes off into the night, humming to herself. And yes, you go to bed by yourself. So,
there's no grading her bustle.
All right, so you guys are all together, awake, and the day is yours. What would you like to do? Are you going to sell your gems there, Dakren? Okay.
Yeah, I'll sell my jewelry. Found.
All right, so yeah, you.
He has a completely normal experience.
Do the rest of you guys creep along behind and peek in the window while he's doing this, or just go straight to the temple, or what?
No, I'm enjoying my food. I'm not gonna follow him after that escapade.
Just stay there and finish breakfast.
This is my first restaurant bought meal in
quite
ever, so I'm enjoying it as well. Yeah. It's not a luxury I usually treat myself to.
There's not
what you
food has spice.
There's not a single.
I imagine I woke up at 5 o'clock, went out, checked traps, reset traps, did some skinning, hung everything up, came over here at 6. Everyone's still asleep, and just started eating and haven't stopped
since.
It is nice
though. There's not a single piece of bark in the coffee. Every piece of bacon is cooked to perfection. There's it's great.
Oh gosh!
All the eggs.
Why are you bashing
all the eggs are
maker?
Completely free of shells. Normally, you just throw the whole shell in the pan and just eat the whole thing together. But you can see the attraction for no shell eggs, and they go down easy. But yeah,
not as much texture, but
But start to miss that familiar crunch.
Yeah, and it's so much trouble, you imagine, to crack every single egg outside and drop just the yolk in. Yeah,
my giant hands.
Bro.
That's because he uses one hand and he just squeezes rather than breaks it.
He doesn't break eggs and drop yolks in. He juices eggs.
And then shakes his hand off.
It's I get rid of some of the shell.
Yeah, Reth sits down early in the morning and he asks the waiter there for some egg juice, and the guy just looks at him puzzled. Egg juice. And just brings you cooked eggs. Yeah, you didn't even know they did them that way. Oh, cooked eggs.
That's not bad.
When in Rome.
I mean, he's seen snakes eat eggs whole. He's seen other animals do something similar where they crack into the egg and drink out of it.
Thought egg juice was the pinnacle of refinement.
Well, he saw Rocky and he figured, I want to get bulked up.
Rocky
So
is
let's
the
go
name
raw.
of his favorite wild snake that he sees around the rocks sometimes, sunbathing.
Or as a wandering barbarian.
That's why Reth is roughly the size of a barge.
Roughly the size. Of
Size of a
All right, so you go to. Oh yeah, did you have
Well,
something, Scott?
well, I may have missed it when we went to third level. I think I remembered rolling, but then I forgot we went up in third level. So now I can take melee weapons, and for me, in my vision, longsword. We should do this by text. I don't have to.
I think
do
your
this
higher dexterity is gonna want you to choose a rapier for your best attacking options because you got a higher dex and a low strength, so you'll probably want to stick with your rapier. But we can sort that out later.
That's true.
Your kind of mechanical choices there.
No worries. My struggle is just image, not.
Don't we all struggle?
You can always reskin.
Image, not.
What? Yeah, that was one of the things they changed with 5th edition is basically you can reskin the weapons however you want for their D8 because, I mean, there's no katana, there's no bastard sword, there's no scythe.
When I play a bard or something that wants to use a rapier instead of a rapier, I usually call it a saber, which is a light curved weapon, one-handed weapon. So sabers are pretty good for fast dueling. Yeah, there's scimitar too, but those are D6s. So
that's true.
Well, I can use longsword now, but it essentially is a rapier.
Right.
But
sure.
For
if you want
to
call it
longsword,
your longsword, but it's still a D8.
I may not have
he still fights like
hacking style. I still have style.
Do you?
Gundam style. All right, so you go.
I'm the only one that didn't pay for it last night, laddie.
I never bought it.
For yourself.
I wasn't looking.
Dakren, you make your way over to Heart of the Mountain, and you walk in and you see this very well done up lady, a little bit older, but giant pompadour, just lots of makeup, jewelry all over the place, and she's kind of humming to herself as you walk in as she's placing some cut stones into some pieces of jewelry. She's got this mount set up on a little workstation, and you walk in, she goes, "Ooh, hello, how are you?" Hey there.
Sorry,
it's okay.
Cut out it right there.
I said hello.
What'd you say? Oh, hello, Popsy. I've got some jewelry here that I was thinking you could maybe identify. I'm not sure if maybe it's your work. I don't know. And I pour out the bag of 5 rings and 2 necklaces that I found in that box.
Throws down a couple of magnifying glasses to get things. Oh, yes.
All her missing family.
Looks like you've murdered my whole family and stolen their jewelry. No, just kidding. Just kidding, my kid. No, I don't know. These appear to be signet rings of some sort. But yes,
Any local families on there or anything you recognize?
No, I don't think so. I mean, we do have a number of the minor lords and ladies from White Fork or some such come up to visit, some of the new money, as it were, and come up for vacationing and that sort of thing. But no, I'm sorry, I don't recognize any of those. They could be from White Fork, I suppose, and maybe they were traveling through or something. Come up here. I don't know. Did you find them around here, or are they from? You don't know whose they are. I don't traffic in stolen goods, mind you.
Well, I them over by the lake actually. You wanna buy them?
Certainly. Let me.
I don't have any use for them, and maybe you can melt them down for your own jewelry. I don't know.
Over into a pile, and gets them on a scale and starts weighing them out. We'll say, let's think here. It'd be about. There are 5 rings and 2 necklaces, right? So yeah.
Correct.
We'll say 50. Yeah. How about 70 gold for the lot?
That sounds like more than fair to me.
Right,
I'll take it.
If you should find any more gold that you wish to sell, just feel free to bring it here.
I'm gonna just like look around before I leave. Are there any nice? Does she have any nice necklaces that are kind of not overly gaudy, like she's probably wearing? It's like a nice, gentle. Just nice. It's not too, not that valuable of a gem. Just like just something that like kind of middle class.
Yeah, you look around. There's a number. There's a lot of like heart-shaped kind of themed gems of various cuts. They all seem to focus on like red heart-shaped designs or something like that. There's a number that have maybe like in a bird's wings, where the bird's coming down, kind of holding it with its wings, or you know, a deer like has it, a stag has it in the horns of its antlers there. But you see this kind of very commonly repeated theme with this heart-shaped reddish or pinkish gem in there. So do a perception check, I guess we'll say.
And that's where my high roll then for the
9.
Oh, no.
Okay, it's not.
Yeah, I've been rolling like crazy.
It was a fairly low DC just based on the fact that you have this item in your possession. You've held it a number of times, and you can see each of these shapes have a similar design and shape to the gem that Lord Galen was using in the ritual that you now hold. But looking around, you see a wide variety of designs, many incorporating animals, many incorporating this common theme with the heart shape. And she's just kind of sees you looking at him. She's just like, if you want the more expensive ones, go for the rubies over there. They're quite lovely with silver or gold or other gems around. If you're looking for something a little on the cheaper side, we've got the rose quartzes over that way. That you could also get if you like that design.
I have 2 questions. One, do you have that bird design one? I'd rather like. Do you have with a green gem? Green? Yeah, some sort of green gem instead of the.
Would you like
red,
a heart shape for the green, or just a normal?
What other shapes?
Other than the heart, we usually just do round or the diamond shape, sort of the traditional elongated diamond shape, that sort of thing. We've got some teardrops if you want pearls. If you
have a teardrop green gem with a bird.
Oh yes, absolutely. What sort of
What sort of bird would
you be interested in? Of course, eagles are very popular, but we've also got some of the robins and jays and that sort of thing.
Yeah, it's one of those. I don't know what the bird. Yes, I don't know what they're called. This one looks like.
Of course, yes. By all means. Going for just the jade then, or would you like something?
Yeah, the jade's fine.
Well, that would be.
How much does that cost? I just give her 20 of the gold that gave me the rings and necklaces, and I'll buy that.
Mm-hmm.
And question 2, and I'll put heart gem. you know what this looks familiar. Like it looks like it might belong in your shop. Does this look familiar to you?
That the Lord Galen's gem you pull out?
Yeah.
You see her eyes just like get huge, and she's just like, "What on earth? How do you? That's the Heartstone. Where did you get it from? What?" And she's like mini panic attack. She's just like, I how do you have the Heartstone? And she's kind of like reaching forward to it. May I see it, please? I never thought.
You can certainly see it. I'm holding it right here for you to see. Can you tell me what it is?
Yeah.
Because
it's quite large.
Can you tell me what it is? Because some other nasty folk were using it for questionable purposes.
That is the Heartstone. That is the heart of the mountain. That is the focal point of, formerly the focal point of this entire village. It's been missing for over 50 years. Where did you find it? And she's just like going off the rails, excited. She's like, you're going to be famous. You're going to be so famous. No one will. They'll be talking about you for ages. It's astonishing.
I'm kind of nervous. I'm like, I just found it from your Lord Galen. He was using it for magical purposes. He must have been hiding it from you this entire time.
Lord Galen, when it disappeared, there was talk about where it could have gone, but it's just too amazing. It's too amazing that you found it. The constable will be so very interested when he gets back. I'm sure he. I tell you, sir. I tell you, you're going to be just the talk of the town. They'll speak of you for ages.
I will think about that, I suppose. But that's interesting. I didn't know it have some magical properties.
I mean, in myth and legend, I suppose, yes. But I don't think. I mean, that sort of thing is just, for children. It's not, no true story kind of a thing. It just sat there as they built the town around Heartstone Hill. That was. That's why there's the large mountain in the center of town, And the Heartstone was the center of that, at the very peak. Shaped like a heart, as you see. But yes, the rumor was this area, this whole valley, used to be populated by forest gnomes and druids, fight for nature, that sort of thing. And they always said that there was some terrible evil that they fought and imprisoned, and how tales are good versus bad, that sort of thing.
Interesting indeed. They are just legends. Yes. But I'll be sure to show the constable when he gets back.
If you found it after missing for so long, I could certainly purchase it off you. It's worth. It's a common sort of ruby. It's not diamond or anything like that. It's not worth much except for the sort of sentimental value it has to the town. So it would make my shop quite famous for you to sell it to me. I would happily give you upwards of 200 gold for it if you would like.
Shame you don't have any diamonds to trade for it. That seems to be what need most this time.
She's like, I could
perhaps if you had
diamonds with time. I just need to get my contacts down. I just need to contact, and we could ship them up here if you want more diamonds. I could certainly arrange for that. As many as you want. Many diamonds. How many diamonds would you like?
Do I know how much we need at this point? I mean, probably not for everyone coming back, but we have enough now for one of us. Well, one of you guys. We'll need 2 more. No, 3 more.
Right, 3 more for your party.
I'd say 250 gold worth of diamonds would if you were to somehow procure that, then consider
yes, of
getting
course.
it.
I would very happily do it. I 250 is what you will require. And she goes,
Yeah.
listen, I will put the order in expedited. I will get it here just as soon as is heavenly possible. I will get it here, and yes, I would be more than happy to make the trade with you. Perhaps I'll just hold on to the Hearthstone, and as a good faith gesture, you understand, because I'll have to put out all that money up front. They're and for the expedited fees, it's going to cost me upwards of 300 plus to get it up here so quickly. If you need it quickly, otherwise it could be slow. But yes, if that's the deal, I'll write up a contract right now. It'll all be perfectly documented, legal, and everything like that. So, yes. And she pulls out a piece of paper and starts writing it up.
How do I feel about
what?
This deal? How do I feel about it? Does she seem like she's
insight
forthright?
Insight. $14. She seems extremely excited to see this thing. She, has kind of explained the nature of it, the origin of it, and the story behind it, and it seems like that is her motivation in wanting it. It's like it'd be like having a meteorite or something, as a display piece in a store, and it's kind of a common thing for nice jewelry stores and things like that, museums, to have these great display pieces, things that you maybe never really intend to sell, but bring people into the shop as kind of a, display piece and that sort of thing. So it seems like her interest in it is genuine in that sense, and she is very eager to, kind of make the deal to make this happen, for her.
All right. All right, madam. This establishment is called the Mountain, right? So, better place to have it on display, at least for now. What's stopping it from being stolen again, though? That's what I'm a little concerned about. I have no mental peace toward it myself.
My shop is very well secured in the evenings, I can tell you that much. Previously, it was just literally part of the mountain, but when people started moving here, they'd go look at it and that sort of thing. But once enough people showed up in the town here, they just disappeared one day. Someone must have pried it out of there or excavated it. I didn't. It's hard to say, but one day it was just gone, according to the tales anyway. But yes, and she's writing this thing up, and she turns it over to you. There you are. As you requested, we will have the diamonds here just as soon as humanly possible, and we'll get it all processed for you. I'll even powder them for you for free, as you request. That is a difficult thing to do with diamonds, And I've already signed here for my portion of the deal. You just sign over there, and we'll make that exchange all nice and legal, and you can rest assured it will be here in my personal safe, as evening goes, will be the safest thing around.
I turn away from her, and I look at the Hearthstone, and I turn on my Eldritch Sight. Is it is it magical?
Yeah, It's got this. It's more like reduced or faded compared to when you saw it before. It's like withdrawn inside, but you can see, this core of magic in the center of it, just kind of like flickering, like a flame deep within this deep red heart-shaped stone. Roughly faceted around it. It's not cut or polished necessarily, but it's got these rough facets all around it and has this general two-lobed kind of shape to it.
I'll check the contract, just making sure that I'll get the diamonds no matter what. Is the contract?
Yeah.
Pretty secure for
prompt and direct.
Like, if I hand it over, will I get diamonds?
Sorry.
Basically, does the contract basically say if I hand over the Heartstone, she'll get me the diamonds?
It's
guaranteed.
yeah, she's gonna put out all the money in gold to get the diamond directly from couriers to, so she's saying she's putting up all the gold costs to do it right now. She's paying all the shipping costs to expedite to get it shipped to her shop as soon as possible, and she'll go through the process of grinding it down from the stones into the dust you require as well. So there's a lot of kind of upfront costs that she's saying that she's going to front in exchange for getting that as part of it now.
Okay. I'll sign it, and then I enter the stone and
you look at it, and you're like looking over, and you're like, yeah, that sounds good. You grab the pen, and as you're going down to the paper, you just hear this echoing, no, like just echoing in your mind, just no.
As well for that,
and it's
just
just saying, no, it's no. You owe me. Bring it.
Just a second, matey. It's kind of back a little.
Is there a problem? We can. It seems I'm happy to increase the.
Sorry, I just got a headache. Just 1 second. It'll pass a second.
It's just come back and. Yeah.
I'll just kind of turn away a little bit, and I'll just be like, "What do you want?"
Deliver it to one of our agents.
Why this particular gem? Why do you want it?
If you want to know, stay with the agent after you deliver it. I will reward you.
Go back and I'll be like, I don't. If I decline, what happens? I say that to him.
You will have my.
This contingent on my contract, or is this just your breweries again?
Gesture between friends.
So you're offering me more power for this thing? I guess to your agents, you give me more power.
What was that last part? Sorry. I couldn't hear what you said.
What did you say?
If you give it to the agents, will.
So I give it to your agent, you give me more power.
The contract. You will fulfill terms of the contract.
The contract over?
It will never be over, but free exchanges will be made. Power.
They know what it's like, just in terms of, I don't know, in summary, would Dakren know what he's saying, or is he being intentionally
being somewhat vague? You don't know exactly what he would give you for it. You know, kind of the progression that you've been along for your own sort of path that you've taken, the increase in power that you've received up to date. Probably something along the lines of that path that he is.
Okay. Does it seem like an order because he's given me orbs in the past. He's given me like temptations. Is this
is
more of an orb or a temptation?
An offer with a very sharp edge, kind of a suggestion. He seems to be carrot and stick kind of a situation.
Carrot and stick.
Okay, I'm gonna make my own just wisdom saving throw here.
Bring it to us.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna just rush back to the counter and sign as quick as I can.
Okay.
Just ignore anything he says.
You hear
just put it on the counter and sign it before I change my mind.
Growling sort of sensation. And she grabs it and goes, yes. Ooh, excellent. Immediately goes to the back room, kind of shuffles off away, and you hear some and she comes back flushed and excited. She's like, well, that was lovely. I look forward to getting you everything you need. I'll probably be, let's think here, it'll be, I'll send someone down today, and probably 1 day, 2, probably, no more than 6 days, and we'll have it all wrapped up for you, and you'll have everything you need right here.
That might be too late. I guess we should have mentioned that we need it a lot sooner than that. Every day that goes by,
well, I'll look into it and see what I can do. Maybe I could work something out to go a little bit faster. All right.
All right. And if anything else, if we secure it by other means, the payment still be good. All right.
If you prefer your diamonds uncrushed at that time, you just say so, and yes. All right.
Very well.
Thank you, dear boy.
All right.
Thank you. She's
pleasure doing
you business. You too. I enjoy that necklace. She's a very lucky lady.
Yes, I hope so. Good craft chip. I'll see you.
Have a good one.
And I'll
leave. Lovely day.
And as I'm walking away, as I'm walking down the street, my heart's just kind of pounding, and I'm just like, should have. I want to be a service wretch, but I'm not going to cure offers of power. I'm in this to. This is a waiting game, and you know it. So you lost with this.
There are different ways to wait. You feel the connection sever. Okay. Where would you like to go now?
I'll go meet up with them at the temple.
All right. You guys all meet up at the temple? Okay.
Sounds good.
Okay, yeah. Yes.
I was wondering, quick question, as long as we have time, is there any kind of caravan routes, perhaps? Is there a caravan trade here?
Yeah,
traveling trade?
The main trade is really just big shipments of the snow crab that get shipped down for sale down at White Fork and various other places. So you could ask around, fairly easily. It doesn't take long to figure out that there is another shipment going down in 2 days. In 2 days, there's another shipment going down. So if you wanted to travel with the caravan, you could travel down with them. But on the other hand, you also know that, you guys, Dakren could tell you, you guys traveled up here as a small group, were unmolested in your journey. It's a high mountain trail, not a lot going on.
Well, what I was really looking for was perhaps a back way to finding traders in jewels and stuff. There may be somebody attached to a caravan, but it doesn't sound like this is an appropriate area for something like that.
a huge trade in the higher tier items like that from here. This is kind of just a small hangout town. If you want to, go into a bigger kind of gem and diamond trade, that would be something to do down in White Fork, which is a much more bustling, sort of robust trading community right on the river there, which is why it's doing so well.
What's the travel time
down
like?
to White Fork is just
What's the travel time
like one really, really big day or two more relaxed days. Kind of.
It sounds like what we really need to do, or even pay a courier. I don't know. If we could get letters of promise, it might be worthwhile to just make the hard ride and get the stuff and come back. Without losing any more memory.
As you guys are, I assume, all talking about this together with Father Bell, he why don't you make a insight? Yeah, we'll call it insight with advantage as you're all talking about it together. Actually,
I rolled a natural 19, so
it's difficult to portray this in other terms, but as you're talking with Father Bell about it, he seems to convey to you guys the sense that as time goes on, this thing seems to gain more control. Just judging by the loss of memory you're talking about, it seems day by day it becomes more difficult to resist the memory wiping effects of this. For lack of a better term, it's like the DC to resist it just keeps going up every single day that the thing is inside your brain. I don't know if you noticed, but the very first day you made the checks, it was only a 15, and now it must be up at 20 at the very least. So it seems like day by day it's getting a higher and higher DC, so I don't know if you want to linger long waiting for couriers and shipments from other places. Might be best just to go straight to White Fork and procure the additional diamond dust needed yourselves. I could refer you to another cleric in town there who could conduct the ritual. Another priest of who's capable of such a thing.
Well, I'm sorry to call it. I have to. Please, y'all continue playing if you got the gas. I have to stop.
But yeah, you get the idea essentially that every day that this is inside, your ability to resist it gets less and less, and it seems to be wiping out bigger chunks of memory every time you fail to resist it. So time is probably of the essence here. So you probably want to get moving. I guess, you got dust for one more, so you could just fast forward through one more ritual today if you wanted to do it, or yeah.
I've got to go to bed, y'all.
All right, man.
Y'all have a good night, and I'll catch up with y'all tomorrow. Later. Thank you. Bye-bye.
So yeah, I guess up to you guys then. You want to keep on going till we wrap up a point, or just call it there?
Yeah, it's been pretty late. I've done the story though, so if if you guys want to finish up anything, doesn't matter. I've already been cured, so if you want to cure it or whatever, that's fine too. So,
well.
But I will get off, and I'll see you guys next week.
We'll sort out who gets it.
Good.
It's just the beginning part, and worms are easy enough to kill once the ritual happens. These small ones, you get the idea that she was supercharged with the kind of the life essence of those 6 sacrifices. So she had the big nasty in her. So any of the other ones that come out are just going to be the little weak ones, easy to take care of. So you can sort out who gets that next time.
Okay. Yeah, we can fast forward.
All right. Well, thanks for playing, guys. Hope
Sounds
you had
cool.
a good time. I guess we'll see you next time.